This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. This afternoon, we're sitting on a high point of quarantine, enjoying this group of impalas. What they do, they're doing early grooming this afternoon. And welcome aboard to your very own live safari through the African bush. Good afternoon again, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve, here where we're sitting right on a high point of quarantine, watching at Impala's group. We're busy doing early grooming. This is what it was all about, I think, sitting in a shed in this heat. My name's Andrew. On camera, I have David this afternoon. So as you can hear, all of the audio communication, they're all doing, it's all about them knowing all the friends around. The temperature of today, sitting on at 33 degrees Celsius, 91 Fahrenheit. Remember, we're coming to you live from this area, so you can talk to us using hashtag WildEarth on Twitter and at FC on YouTube channel. If you are under the age of 18, you can pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Those of you who haven't been in this part of the show, you can always go register on WildEarth website and head over to live Safari page and you can submit your questions there. And we will be answering them for you live from this location. And let's take a look at the weather.
What a way to start the afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Lovely, lovely little bird we have got here very close to us. We actually spotted it and we adjusted the vehicle that we got a fantastic view of this little pygmy falcon. Such a treat. We saw yesterday, we were looking at that very large nest with that white deposition and tying it all up. It was made by this bird. Good afternoon, my name is Kyle and welcome aboard with myself and I nearly said Ovi. Ovi's talking about me. Oh, Ovi King is talking about me. He's just flown off. Oh, but thank you very much for joining us on board this afternoon. We are very excited. We are heading down south and we hope to go follow up on cheetah. Somebody spotted 3 cheetah walking on the road this morning. And it's just after we wrapped up drive. So hopefully we can find the tracks and narrow down on their position. But just to show you, this nest here on our right-hand side, would be a suitable nest for that lovely bird that we had in view there a couple of minutes ago. They solely use these large, massive communal nests made by the sociable weaver. And it is a very elaborate structure. And if you think about the insulating factor there, that is very important, not only for the sociable weavers, but for small reptiles, and as well as that small diurnal raptor, the smallest in the region, which would be utilizing that nest for that specific reason. Because as we're coming into winter, the next 2 roughly months, you will see that that bird will spend more than 60% of the day inactive, and more than likely residing and finding refuge in this lovely large structure. So myself and Heavy were busy driving here, and we thought, how lucky are we to see such a lovely bird. And also it just gave us a nice view there, and even changed position and gave us a better view and all that. And now I think it is actually somewhere in that canopy. Kevy? I see where you're talking. All right. But let's send you over to somebody else who wants to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's quite an overcast, chilly andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, where we've come across this lioness with the 3 cubs up on top of a koppie. And they're just lazing about for now, right at the top of this mountain. My name's Chad. On camera today we've got Craig. And here at Pinda, we set out from the lodge to come and look for these lions, and literally 5 minutes, and we came around the corner and we looked at the binoculars and we saw these lions lazing about right on top of these rocks. And it's just a beautiful area for them to be. It's quite an unusual spot for lions to be. I was just thinking earlier that I've actually seen leopard up on these rocks before. And with the lioness, she's actually just put her head down. She is lying a little bit behind the youngsters. And with there being 3 very hungry cubs, this is a perfect vantage point for this lioness. She's got a very, very good view of everything around her. And with it starting to get a little bit cooler here on Pinda, as the evening does go on, that sun starts to set, she's probably going to have already planned what her options are going to be if she does start to come down from this mountain. There's quite a lot of green grass around, quite short grass, so that brings in a lot of animals like wildebeest, zebra, even warthogs. So, I think for now you can see that they are just resting up on the rocks there. But I think maybe later on this evening, these lions may start to get a little bit active. And with it being quite cool here on Pinda this afternoon, it is very overcast also. We actually felt a little bit of drizzle a little bit earlier on this afternoon. Hopefully that drizzle does stay away. But there is all that chance that these lions could possibly get active even before that sun does set. So, if we do sit here and we keep a lookout for these lions, any yawning or grooming, I can see one of them's just gotten up. Now it's lying back down. And even those youngsters, they're quite inquisitive. RJ, so I think it is pretty comfortable for these lions to be lying on rocks. I don't think that these lions will be lying on sharp rocks. You can see that they're all sitting in different positions, different areas on the rocks. So I think they would probably find the most comfortable rock to lie on, or the most comfortable position on top of the rock to lie on. I think if they were uncomfortable, they most likely would move around. This rock face is pretty big, and these youngsters are at an age where they will start to venture off a little bit. So I think if they are uncomfortable, they might just move a little bit. But they these particular lions, they have actually been sitting up on this rock face for a day and a half now or so. So I think it is quite a comfortable spot for them. They might have even had quite a big meal 2 days ago, and Mom moved them up there maybe just to digest the food. And she would know this area pretty well, so maybe she's been up there before, and she knows it's a good vantage point for these lions to be able to spot any potential prey that she might want to hunt maybe later on this evening. So I think, the rocks would seem comfortable for these lions. I mean, it does look like they are pretty comfortable. You can see the one in the front lying down very flat. And, there was just a yawn. And then the one on the left-hand side also got his head right down on the rocks. But, I mean, you can see now that they have all put their heads down. They are starting to sleep or doze off this afternoon. So I think what we might do is maybe leave these lions and come back a little bit later. We might set off and see if we can find any cheetah. But for now, we're going to send you over to Nick, who wants to say hello.
Good afternoon and a very, very warm welcome to all the viewers. And look what we have managed to find first up this afternoon. A beautiful, mature giraffe bull or male. And you can see him standing there right out in the open for us. And in the sun, which as I mentioned, it is very hot this afternoon. So quite strange that he is standing in the middle of the clearing and not underneath some shade. My name is Nick, and behind camera we've got OD this afternoon, and we've come to an area where we were this morning where we didn't have too much luck, and this giraffe is the first thing that we've managed to find. And since we've been here for the last 10 or so minutes, just been standing staring in that one direction. At first we thought that he may be looking at something suspicious that may be hiding in the grass there to the right of him, but he has been moving his head around quite a bit and looking in all directions. We will still go and have a look afterwards, as there might be something like a lion hiding in the grass there that he could be looking at, but I don't think he is for now. And can you see how his mouth is consistently moving, and he is busy chewing? And he is still feeding, so we haven't seen him take a bite of any leaves since we've been here. But that giraffe male is still feeding, and he is busy ruminating. So he's re-feeding on food that he's originally chewed and swallowed and then brought back up to try and break it down a little bit more and further digest it. You see how beautifully dark he is as well. So, good question from Melanie asking whether all giraffe species have the same patterns. They don't. So giraffe species do tend to have different patterns tending on the specific species you're looking at. This species that we get here, the one we are currently looking at, is called the Southern African giraffe, and it's the species that we get in South Africa. I'm not sure if any of you have ever seen the giraffes that go and feed out of, or almost go inside a large manor in Kenya. Those giraffe species, if any of you viewers want to go and have a look, they're called reticulated giraffe, and they've got a very different pattern to this giraffe that we're looking at. It's quite a bit more white between the dark patches, and then their dark patches have very interesting shapes with almost lines that go through them. In Zambia as well, there's a species known as the Thornycroft's giraffe, which also has different patterns. I'm not too familiar with that giraffe species, so I don't know exactly what their pattern looks like, considering you only get them in Zambia. But they all have different patterns. And then between or within the species, every single giraffe that you look at, if you were to come out on safari, or all the giraffe that we've seen on WildEarth over the last few days and weeks, they all will have slightly different patterning to each other. And as I was speaking about it earlier, this giraffe's patterning you can see is very, very dark. So with a giraffe, most of the time, not always, more so with the males than the females, as they tend to get older and older, their coloration and patterns tend to get darker and darker. But I think we're going to go and investigate in that direction where that giraffe is looking at. But for now, we're just going to sit here and enjoy the view.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm here in Northern California.
This is an Anna's hummingbird. We love seeing him because he brings a little magic and energy to our cold, wintry backyard.
In the winter, they politely visit one at a time, but in the summer, they gorge themselves in groups to prepare for their long migration south. As the hummingbirds fly south, over 1 million of these Canadian geese travel the Pacific Flyway from the Arctic to spend the winter with us. They like wetlands and we're in a drought, but they seem pretty happy on the dry bank of Folsom Lake here. This has been a tough year everywhere, but one good thing was we found WildEarth, who encouraged us to relieve our stress through nature. There's a saying that
a distraction is momentary, an escape helps you heal.
What are you looking at, man? That's its gangster face. It has the manners of a common variety vagabond. Look at it, chewing with its mouth open like that.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website, but once registered, just head on over to the live Safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
All right, well, we are taking advice from the animals, and we are also scratching around for things here in this shade. Before we go on, I have to really apologize to my colleague over here, BK, because I called him KB earlier, and Obi is in my mind for some reason, Obi King, a colleague of mine here. He must be talking all the naughty things about me, but I have to apologize profusely for my mishap there. And we are just enjoying these lovely armored ground katydids. They're actually just residing in all this thick grass over here. And they're just resting because it is viciously hot in the sun. So finding a shady spot here where you can reside, remain concealed, is perfect right now. And this morning we wanted to actually show you folks, but in the early mornings this is what they do as well, is they actually just hang on pieces of vegetation because it's so cold that they're very, very sluggish through the early morning periods. And residing like this is a very safe position instead of being on the ground. But a very vicious and ferocious looking Orthoptera. They should start, a lot of them are starting to lay eggs now, so we've seen a lot of them laying eggs. That's done in the, oh, hello. Got a yellow-billed hornbill in the tree above us. BK had it beautifully set up, and then unfortunately it moved. But these armored ground katydids won't be here for much longer. Their life cycle is coming to almost a complete very soon. Lee, what is the difference between this and the armored cricket? Well, they're previously known as armored ground crickets. And I just recently received for Christmas a brand new edition of the Insects of South Africa. And they have been reclassified as armored ground katydids. So to answer your question, they are exactly the same thing, just the name has changed. There's always reshuffling and changing of names within nature, because we are currently and always understanding more about behavior, about biology, about so many things. So reclassification of names is very important so that we can clearly understand the relationship between different groups within a genus or within a family group. So there's just a reclassification of the name, but exactly the same species. You do get multiple ground crickets or katydids. You get different species across South Africa, but all sharing that common, like large, bulbous, very aggressive looking posture. You can see that armor plate, those spikes on top of that little plate that's covering the thorax. It's the midsection of this insect. Those spikes obviously very, very important for protection. All right, so good afternoon from this armored ground cricket. And let's send you over to Steve to say hello.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Eco Training Pridelands, and welcome to the grandfather tree that we are embracing right now. What a beautiful Scotia boerbean, a weeping boerbean, down here in the drainage line just below Leopard Dam. My name is Steve, joined by Gert on camera, and as always, we're out and about with a gentleman who's going to be looking after us. He's just over there in the shade, I think. His name's James. We are going to be keeping to the shade this afternoon because it is very hot and there is an enormous storm brewing on the horizon. But I've also found a little friend, everybody. An amazingly beautiful and a very camouflaged little stick insect. Now, South Africa is home to the largest stick insects in the world, and I've no doubt this is probably one of them. It's just very small right now. They do go through stages. He's now putting on his very best impersonation of a stick moving in the wind. How marvellous is that? So everybody, this afternoon we're just going to be walking up to the dam, doing some loops around, trying to stay a little bit close to the vehicle because the rain definitely on its way, so we don't want to get caught out in that. But don't forget that you can send us questions and comments to here at Pridelands so that we get through them for you. But beautiful bark, nice dark bark. Obviously he stands out quite well on this dark bark. Mimicry at its best, impersonation. See how he even moves to the wind as a stick would. Even his limbs look like blades of grass. Fantastic. I only saw him because I moved through the grass here. And that's what many of our organisms actually do. They capitalize on the movement of other animals, a term known as commensalism. For example, birds will follow large animals and feed on insects like this that have moved through the grass, and then they feed on them. So nice behavior. We're going to move down the road here and towards the shade a little bit further up. Morgan, you wonder if they get darker? Not really. I mean, all stick insects that I've seen are pretty much that same sort of coloration. Pretty stick coloration. I've never seen a darker one. That's probably on the lighter degree, but I've never seen them dark. Sort of that nice tan. It looks very much like my stick, in fact. My beautiful stick that I got in Northern Kruger quite a few years ago has walked many a mile with me. I was very happy to be back out in bushwalk. So we're just going to meander up here. We heard some funny noises over here before. It might be some baboons. We're going to investigate, see what it is we can find. But we are going to be sticking to the shade, as I said before. So it's 36 degrees Celsius here today. And the best place to be is in the shade. And I'm sure Andrew is moving, or he's in the shade. Let's go see where he's headed.
Great. So yeah, good timing here, Steve. Thank you so much. We were trying to find a shed, but we found a male elephant who is just recently been in a mud wallow, as you can see. He's a little bit wet on the outside and slightly dry on the backside. So now he's gonna do a belly scratch in this falling marula tree. He's not interested in that. I just kind of smelled him. Looks like he just come on mast. Sonia, so you're asking if these mud bathing help the elephant skin? Yes, indeed they do. And for cooling off, also prevent a parasite laying their eggs in this rankles, this folder. So that's why he was actually looking for a tree to rub against it. Let's see if I can reverse a little bit back. Well, it's been a hot day there today for the elephants to be able to move around. Do their activate, feed, visit the watering hole. Oops, looks like he's trying to push that tree. Definitely, and he's saying elephant is such a majestic animal. They are, and they're so clever, and they also have such a brilliant memory, and they respect as well. He's gonna move off. Where marula season is actually coming in the end, where there won't be any much of this competition of these animals trying to reach trees, those are fruiting anything. Let me take another time going back. Hopefully we got another space to look at them. So I mentioned something about mast, that secretion that I saw sweating on the side of her face. So that sometimes it comes a little bit of stress when he's in that kind of situation. He may sometimes not cooperate well with any of other company, cars, other animals. He would push to find. Looks like he's just gonna hide there behind that bush. All we see it's a bush, but he's behind the bush anyway. So they're stressed a lot when when they're on mass. So I'm going to see how he does. Then I'm going to be sending you, for now, across to Chad.
Welcome back, everybody, to andBeyond Pinda, where we came up to this lookout point to see if we can scan for any cheetah. And right on top of the lookout, we found some more lions, which is quite amazing. I mean, it's the view up here is pretty breathtaking. And it does look like it's a lioness that we know of in this area with 3 sub-adult male cubs. They're about 2.5 years old, so they've already started to grow their mane, but it does look like they lie pretty flat. It is quite windy up here where we are, right on top of a lookout point overlooking this western part of andBeyond Pinda. It seems like all the lions here in Pinda are really enjoying the views. Liam, so these lions that we are with right now, they are not related at all to the lions that we saw on the mountain. So we've come to a section in the reserve, the far western section, and this is another pride that dominates this western region. So that pride we saw on the mountain, that's called mountain pride. And then this pride we're with now, this is Bala pride. So they're not related at all. They're different lionesses. And they actually have never met up before. So they roam totally different areas of the reserve. But I'm not too sure, Liam, if you've watched quite often, but we have seen the 2 big dominant males of the south and west of Pinda. And those 2 dominate both of the prides that we've just seen. So male lions, they'll often dominate a huge area of a reserve. And, I mean, they cross almost 50% of the reserve. So they've got 2 prides that they'll dominate, and they'll go sort of back and forth from each one. So to answer your question, no, they aren't related at all. It is pretty windy here at andBeyond Pinda today. I don't know if you can hear the wind, but I think that these lions are trying to get away from the wind. It seems like I can just see where they're lying. All the grass has been pushed down quite a lot, so that would suggest that these lions have most likely been here pretty much the whole day. I mean, there hasn't been too much sunshine here on andBeyond Pinda today. It's been quite a overcast day. So from here, I think we are going to use this vantage point, see if we can scan around and potentially see if we can see some cheetah. But for now, we're going to send you over to Lauren, who's at a watering hole.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Chitwa Dam, one half of the Djuma feeds, and we're just enjoying this greenbacked heron. It's always here, but sometimes if we just get the car a little bit too close, it flies off. And I was just telling my cameraman, who happens to be Impo, I'll introduce you first today, and I'm Lauren. The reason I love watching these birds is because they always hunt. They're very, very active. You can see he's just blending into the vegetation. They're obviously herons, so they're water birds. But as soon as he spots anything, that long neck stretches out, and there you go. Can you see him, Umpo? He's walked a little bit up. He's on the wall. He's just here. He's somewhere in here. You see, I can see movement. But that's the reason I absolutely love watching these birds. They look very similar and are closely related to the dwarf bittern. They're always fishing, they're always hunting. And talking of fishing, since we've not got a good view of this one, we are going to give you a view of another bird. It's quite far away in the distance, but again, as soon as we drive our car closer, he'll fly off. But it is, of course, one half of the monogamous resident pair of fish eagles at Chitwa. Absolutely magnificent birds. Large birds, fish eagles. And I guess they have to be. They do genuinely go fishing, which is exactly where they get their name from. And they're able to pull out really heavy catfish from the water using their talons and fly off with them, which is quite remarkable. Hear all the sounds of the watering hole, especially that woodland kingfisher. Carla, you mean there as in Chitwa? Sabi Sands? Greater Kruger, South Africa? Not entirely sure what area you are referring to, but it's a healthy population of fish eagles. I think you're possibly asking if they're endangered or not, and they're not. You can always check that out using the IUCN Red List website. It's a fantastic tool if you're ever unsure sort of the status of a species and their populations. But the fish eagles are not endangered, and as I mentioned, they are monogamous. You will always find a pair, a male and a female, and they're really prevalent throughout South Africa. So I'm going to scratch around, see if I can find anything around Chitwa, any thirsty animals, but I believe Steve is also at a waterhole.
Thanks, Lauren. We are indeed. We've just made it through the drainage line. We've been attacked by some very horrible stinging nettle-like plants. Managed to find a fallen marula branch that we've smothered our skin with as an antihistamine. Seems to be working. But that storm, everybody, is on its way. Maybe you'll get a lightning strike in a moment. There's huge lightning coming from the west. Or that is actually the south. But it seems to be moving very quickly. And the wind is starting to suck into that direction. Oh. It's all over on that side, the whole southern area, moving north. Did you get that? I don't know how easy it is to capture lightning strikes on these cameras, but definitely are striking. Being out in the wilderness with electrical equipment in the rain is one thing. With lightning, not ideal. It's been building for days. There's definitely been a storm brewing in the east for some time. Feels as if, should I say, yeah, the west actually. It feels as if this one's actually going to be moving up the escarpment, so I wouldn't be surprised if those down in Djuma are already starting to feel a little bit more for the weather than we are. Woody, it's all got to do with the silt. So this watering hole, I don't know if you were watching this morning, but I was detailing quite a bit about the sediment that is in here. This is quite sandy here, but the sediment, the solid sediment, falls to the bottom, If I did that, that would all fall to the bottom. But the soft, very fine particulate matter sits in solution. And the problem is there's no real aquatic plants around the edge of this, reeds and bulrushes and the like, that would soak all of that in. And the elephants are swimming in this all the time. And we're on our way back from our walk this morning. The huge herd of animals swimming in here, elephants should I say, were swimming. And so they're constantly churning up that sediment. So if you go and take a container of water and you put a whole lot of sediment inside and you shake it up and you see how long it takes to settle, that very fine particulate stuff will stay there. But for example, if there's vegetation on the edge with nice roots that'll actually absorb the nutrients out, it'll take that very fine stuff out of the solution it is really building. So the elephants are swimming constantly. Every time we come past here, they've been swimming, well, of late. I'm surprised there's none here yet. Maybe they know there's a storm coming. You can see the tracks there of them walking through. Now, if any of you are worried about me and crocodiles, don't worry, it's very shallow here. It's not even a couple of inches in the water there, so we're not too concerned. But if ever you are in these parts and you're close to water, be very careful of crocodiles. Crocodiles in this murky water, they hide. Very, very good at hiding, even in quite shallow water. But if you look at that, that's not very deep. So I'm not concerned of a crocodile in that sort of water. But these kind of watering holes with muddy water is exactly what crocodiles are doing, exactly what they're looking for. And with this fine sediment, I might be able to get some of it there. That brownness is all from the silt from upstream that I was talking about this morning.
It's the month of March and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
We get asked quite regularly what are the differences between African and Asian elephants. We caught up with Haresh, who's from Leopard Trails, which is based in Sri Lanka.
Of course, size and weight is the first thing you notice. The African elephant is much bigger than the Asian elephant. Tusks in the Asian elephant, it's a very small percentage of male elephants only who have tusks. I was told that there's a theory that the African elephant's ear is in the shape of Africa. The Asian elephant has a much smaller ear. The elephant represents the bush and the jungle in Sri Lanka in a quintessential manner, and I think it's very important that we do whatever we can to protect them.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
So welcome back to Pinda, and it seems like all our animals here on Pinda this afternoon are really enjoying the scenery. We've found 5 or 6 elephant bulls that are just feeding on the hillside. And once again, what a magnificent view they've got, as well as we've got from up here. That elephant's not playing the part. He's just gone behind a little bush now. But there are a couple of little shrubs around here. Also a lot of grass that these elephants are feeding on. I mean, with the massive rains we've had, and talking of rain, it is actually just starting to drizzle here at Pinda. So hopefully the weather doesn't make a turn for the worst. Hopefully we'll be able to stay out. But with the huge rains we've had in the last month or so, there's been a lot of new growth, especially in the grass, but also as well as the trees. I mean, a lot of the trees are now sprouting new leaves, fresh new leaves, fresh branches, fresh grasses that these elephants are almost thriving off. I mean, you can imagine for the better part of winter, they would have been feeding off basically dead trees, dead leaves, all of that. And they have to feed a lot more during the winter times, especially here on andBeyond Pinda. When it does come to summer, which, I mean, now we just pass summer into autumn, it's an amazing transformation the reserve has. This area where we are, you can see it is very lush, green. In winter, it's very yellow in color, that very dry grass color. And it's amazing to see the transformation. Even within a month, I would say, it's changed, which is quite amazing. And you can see it in the animals. A lot of them are starting to put on some good size. They're looking very, very healthy. There's a lot of youngsters around, which is a good sign. So that's a very interesting question, and a lot of people think that elephants are very destructive animals. We don't like to say that they're destructive. So elephants, they do push over trees, they break branches and all of that. But elephants, what they do is when they push over trees, they're actually creating smaller micro-habitats for other animals. So animals such as maybe a scrub hare, which is a small little rabbit, nocturnal rabbit that we get here. Things like spiders or even mice, rats, things like that. They're going to then be able to create a home in that fallen over tree, in the grasses. It also allows for other animals, smaller animals like impalas, inyalas, even small antelope like a red duiker. They're able to then feed on the tops of the trees that, I mean, if the elephants weren't here, they would never be able to feed off. And also they do open up areas quite a bit. So, I mean, on a reserve such as Pinda, you can't have too many elephants because then they will sort of start to, over time, start to damage an area. But if you have the right amount, you're not going to actually see the devastation that they do. But they'll start to open up certain areas, especially areas that are very rich in nutrients, like in the drainage lines, where there's a lot of water runoff and things like that. So, I mean, elephants, they play a huge role in the ecosystem that we have out here in the natural environment. So you can never say that elephants are destructive. They're creating more environments for different animals. So for now, I think we might leave these elephants, continue our search for cheetah, but we're going to send you off to another location who has something interesting for you. Oh no, bro. Oh no.
All right, BK said because I got his name wrong and because the other one flew away, we had to find another pygmy falcon. And we're lucky enough to have come across this beautiful female. And how is it on the ground? Let me just reverse for us quickly. Oh, there it comes there. So, did it fly off there? Oh, mean. Okay. Let's just take a look there very quickly, just in case. Because going after lizards is its main. Lizards is the main part of its diet. It takes out lizards, takes out skinks, insects here and then, and also birds up to the size of itself. So a very vicious little raptor. But how I knew that was a female, I can show you folks very quickly. If you look at the difference between male and female, sometimes with birds it is very difficult. But with this lovely bird, there is a very distinguishing factor or point of reference that we can use to ID the difference between male and female. And it's looking at the dorsal section or the back of the bird. I just need to get my birding in order in my book. You can see I'm not a... Okay, and there we go. DK giving us a beautiful view there of the landscape. Still very, very warm. We've got a little bit of cloud cover this afternoon, which obviously is greatly appreciated. So with this lovely bird, when we're looking at male and female, I've got my book out over here. We're going to be looking at the difference between male and female by the indication of this rufous or deep chestnut back. The presence of this over here, this would be a female, and male would have this beautiful slaty grey uniform back. So very easy to distinguish that between male and female. And obviously the research that goes on here at Tswalu, because these birds are very important and we are still understanding a lot about them. So a very big research drive is focused in and around these birds, also because of them nesting in those beautiful large nests. Alrighty, lovely feather. Oh, okay, viewers and all the birders. Let's see. Who is this from? Any questions, any comments? Sorry, any comments or any idea that who this could belong to? Let us know. Drop us a comment there. It's beautiful, almost like turquoise blue. It is one of the flight feathers, so a feather from the actual wings. See that beautiful sheen there across the main stem of the feather. Lovely feather to see. Let me turn it the other way so everybody can have a good view on that side. Absolutely lovely. So any ideas, let me know. All right. I love trying to ID feathers. Obviously, it's a beautiful thing walking in the bush and picking up a feather and then trying to ID it. Because it can become quite tricky and it can become quite entertaining over the long run when you start really getting a good knack for it. Alrighty, now that Pygmy Falcon is gone, let's continue a bit further south. We are still heading in the direction to where those tracks were seen, where those animals were seen this morning. And hopefully we can pick up on some nice tracks. Micro says a dove, a little bit larger than a dove. It's not part of the dove family, but good starting point, Micro. Well done. A little bit more flamboyantly coloured, larger. They're very beautiful birds. They've got very, very harsh, very, very harsh calls. It's a very... An eagle, Percy. Eagles aren't blue in colour. I'll give you guys another clue. The bird is that beautiful blue turquoise colour. So that colour that you're seeing on that feather is from the flight feathers, and then that colour is also seen throughout the body as well. Alrighty, always look at the junctions. Oh, glossy starling. Okay, glossy starling will be a little bit darker. Look at the little piglets. Oh no. There was a warthog sow there with, it looked like 3 little piglets. Hopefully they come out there. She didn't move off very quickly, so hopefully she's just in those shadows and she pops back out with those little ones. It's always such a treat watching warthog. I find them very entertaining animals. Fork-tailed drongo. Fork-tailed drongo is very dark, almost jet black in colour. I don't know if you folks were able to see that. Maybe it was the way the light was shining on it. Let me just get the feather over here. It's got this beautiful turquoise blue color to it. And let me just see it over here. Okay, is that alright like that? So you can see that beautiful blue color to it. That beautiful blue color is a very important factor over there. Glossy starling could have been close, but glossy starling is very dark in coloration. This is a beautiful light baby blue turquoise color. Oh, kingfishers, one of the kingfishers. Okay, so we're right on the color scheme, but unfortunately not a kingfisher. The presence of kingfishers over here is very low. We on occasion see the beautiful pied kingfisher, and then every now and then the brown-hooded kingfisher, which would be in these beautiful valleys. All right, but that color scheme, you're on the right track there. Think a little bit bigger. Think bushveld. I don't know what else to give away without giving away the answer. But that's a beautiful color. Look at that. Oh my word. Barbara, you in the right family. Barbara said a lilac-breasted roller. She's in the right family. Just one other species. Come on. Well done. That's a serious bird. You guys are serious birders. You get so many answers so quickly. That is fantastic. So we're in the right family group. There was a comment there of a roller. What other roller have we seen on this property? I think you guys have seen it with Deirdre. It's also this blue color. But yeah, in the right family group there. Well done. Lovely. That Annie, European roller. That is it. European roller. Well done, guys, and thank you for all the answers. That's fantastic that you guys enjoy birding so much. I think I need to find more feathers. Well done to everybody for all those answers. And when, like I said in the beginning, it does become very tricky because, you're seeing one feather out of all those feathers on that bird's body. So it is very, very tricky. But let's start up here and let's head further down south. That's where we want to end up, on the foothills of those beautiful mountains in front of us. And that's where we're going to start looking for these tracks, and hopefully we can narrow down. I think it is actually 3 young individuals, 3 sub-adults that have broken away from mom, which would be yum to see. All right, let's go. Yeah, that was great, guys. Look at this. Wow, absolutely fantastic answers coming through there. Let's see where this little mommy piggy has gone with her little piglets. The grass is so thick and so tall that if a warthog was here, the only thing we'd be able to see is her tail. This is all sour grass here on our right-hand side. Lovely, lovely grass, and can make your legs very itchy. No tracks in here. Here comes another junction. Always very important just to make sure on these roads that there's no tracks in and out. Of course, this is the path of least resistance, these roads. So animals do tend to use them, just like lions. Lions love using roads. What is that there? White-browed sparrow weaver carrying nesting material. Sparrows. Do we have sparrows? Yes, we've got the house sparrow and the Cape sparrow. There's also another sparrow species that I haven't seen here. Ooh, la 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 la. On the branch here, BK, in this tangled mess, the far left-hand side of the small camel thorn, go up in the trees, in the mix of things there's a bee-eater. You got it. Yes! This man is sharp with this camera. Lovely swallow-tailed bee-eater. And we're talking about birds catching butterflies on the wing yesterday. This would be one species. The agility of this bird is absolutely astounding. I've spent many hours watching these birds in flight, and the precision and the skill they have with that beak to be able to catch an insect on the wing And now just think about that insect, the small size, but then also the insect is also very agile. And that bird is able to snatch it in the air. Look how it's watching. Yo, it's a beautiful red eye. Wow. Normally see them in pairs or in small family groups, so there should be another one here close by. But this could also just be one individual that is just by itself. Yo, and there it goes. Wow, fantastic. Very, very beautiful bird to see. Swallow-tailed bee-eater. Bee-eaters are very beautiful birds, and I hope one day I have the luxury of seeing those big colonies of carmine bee-eaters. Beautiful, rosy pink. And there are just hundreds of them on the riverbanks. Absolutely amazing. So yes, we do have sparrows. We have the Cape and the house sparrow. And then there is one other species that I haven't seen here yet. But the Cape sparrow is definitely, whoa, is one of the most prominent sparrow species we have here. Wow, this grasshopper, or locust, let me say, nearly took me out. He's in there. Do you see him? Forward a bit. Wow, it's a very big locust. BK is just trying to locate it. Now look how hard it is to find this insect when it is sitting still. Look at that. Wow. Lovely. It looks like a desert locust from its brown or browny greyish coloration. Straight antenna. Another species it could possibly be. Could have been a rain locust, but a rain locust has very, very distinctive antennae. And you can see those antennae are fairly straight. So I'm going to go with the... Look on the left, they go slightly left, BK. Look at that. Is that a velvet ant? No. What's a species of ant? Look at that abdomen. It's got a beautiful velvet coating on it. Whoa. Wow, how's that? Looks like it's foraging. Wow. Tyler says it's an old-looking locust. It does look old, but I think it's just its grey drab appearance that's giving you the impression that it's old. Normally with age of insects, you can normally look at their wings when their wings are very tattery and very worn down. Then the insect would be old. So I'd have to look at this one's wings to identify if it's old. Just want to try and look at it. But very nice to see that, and you can see how well camouflaged that locust is in amongst all of that foliage. And if that animal doesn't move, you're not going to see it. We only know it's there because it flew across us and then into the tree. But remaining still is a very important behavior in how animals survive out here. And only time you'll move is when you... Only time when you move is when you need to move. Sorry, I just got stung by a wasp. But very nice. You can see the eye shining there. And remaining still like this is basically a way of evading birds and mammals. Okay, so that ant that we saw in the tree... I'm going to have to look up a bit for you folks just to make sure of the species and make sure I get the correct species. Alrighty. How fantastic. Sunflower, are they native to Tswalu? Are you talking about the beautiful locust? Oh, there it's moved, bud. You can see it even better. Was that another one? Just go up over here. Let me show you. See on the right hand corner here. Oh, there it's moved. Oh, it's another one. My word. Yeah. Yeah, it's moved. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you got it. Edge forward for you. Okay. Just give me 1 second, everybody. Okay, just wants me to edge forward slightly to get a better view of this locust. But yeah, this species would be native to this area, and obviously they have the ability of flight, so they can move. He's a little shy. They can move hundreds of kilometers, especially when these insects are in a swarming phase. And when they're in that large aggression, they can clear out places. So obviously, should I move forward for you a bit? Okay, a little more forward. He's asking me. Sorry, folks. Ooh. Look at that. It looks like a branch. And then you can see the coloration of the insect as well, how that will enable it to blend in even more. Let's see. Lovely to see. Very, very strong legs. Look how strong those legs are, those hind legs. Obviously a remarkable ability to jump off a specific spot and launching this insect very, very quickly away from a threat. See the mouth parts. If you go all the way to the top, you can see those chomping mouth parts which will be set externally. Oh, come this side. Wow. Oh, getting blown around. And if you take a look at the ends of the feet, they have little claws that'll enable this insect to hold on tightly to that branch. Amy, are there locusts that change color? So if you look at the coloration of a grasshopper or locust, and if it goes through its young stage to its adult stage, it's moving through what we refer to as instars. So when this animal will molt and actually grow larger, you do have a color scheme that would change from that of juvenile to adult. It's very, very important because as a juvenile, you're a lot more susceptible to predation. So you need to be a different color to that of an adult. And you also don't, in that stage, have the ability of flight. So obviously flight is a very, very, very remarkable ability. So you would have grasshoppers and locusts changing color from their juvenile or young to adult stage, and then going through multiple molts, what they refer to as instars. But I'm not too sure of a species that would, in the adult form, physically change color on a response, for example. I'm not aware of anything like that. But nature is truly remarkable, and I'm sure there's some wonderful and weird species out in the jungles of Africa and around the world. But lovely to see this species.
WildEarth is launching a brand new bushwalk from Pride Lands. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth safari guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
Look at this, the little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, Corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Ready, look at the baby waterbuck. Yeah, so we've come to a waterhole in the west, and there's quite a lot of activity going. Oh. Believe it or not, in the 10-15 minutes we've been sitting here, the hippos haven't called, so I'm quite glad that they called as we went live. And you can see there at the back there's a whole bunch of zebra, a nice dazzle of zebra, and then just moving behind that zebra is a female waterbuck, or waterbuck cow, and a really small calf. And moving just to the left of that zebra, and you can see the color in the calf as well is completely different to its mother. Much, much lighter than mom. And this is a very good spot to look for waterbuck if you do want to look for waterbuck on andBeyond Ngala, as they're very territorial and very water dependent. Oh, look at the baby running after mom. So they don't tend to move away from the water too often. There's a good chance of finding them if you do come here. We saw a waterbuck cow a little bit earlier moving from left to right in picture, and I wonder if that baby waterbuck hadn't been tucked away in one of the thickets and she's just gone to collect it for the evening, which is what they will do when they are that young. They'll leave their calves in nice dense areas while they move about and forage. A little bit safer for the calf as well. You can imagine if she's moving around with mom all the time, and if something even like a leopard or a hyena comes across the waterbuck cow, they're definitely going to target her little baby. So it's quite a good technique to help their survival when they are a little bit younger. They're coming towards us now. One of the smallest waterbucks I've seen on Ngala this year. Probably one of the newest babies as well. Maybe only a couple weeks old. Also a beautiful dazzle of zebra, some impalas around as well. So the resident hippos. And there's also I don't know if you can see that there's a lack of sunlight around, so we've managed to find a little bit of cloud cover, which is sheltering us from the sun a little bit. And behind us, Owen won't be able to get it on camera, but there is a rather large thunderstorm that has come along the Drakensberg Mountains, running from south to north, but it has missed Ngala on the western side, which we are a little bit pleased about. Means we can stay out and we don't have to return to camp, as well as the fact that it's just brought a little bit of coof and cooled down the air a little bit, which is really pleasant. Some guinea fowls calling in the background, a couple other water birds around, but they're very tricky to see. I mean, this waterhole, I'm sure you can see the broad space here. So Lolly is asking if this is a good area for predators to hunt for prey. So this time of year, with the fact that there's so much water around, you wouldn't often think that you're going to find lots of animals at these larger watering holes. However, this watering hole that we're at now, you can see the beautiful areas of grass around the water before it goes into the thickets. So these animals have come here to feed on the grass. That's what they're after, the waterbuck, the zebra, and the impala. And it wouldn't be such a bad spot for predators to be. You can imagine if they're lying in the thickets, just on the edge of the clearings, there's a it's good enough cover for them, which is ideal. It means they'll be able to hide away and wait for those animals to get nice and close to them before they try and ambush them. Leopards will rely on that completely, lions to a certain extent as well. However, if the animals are standing where they are now, the impalas may be on the right-hand side. Maybe if something was in the thicket there, they'd have a bit of a chance. But the zebras right out in the open, if something like a lion were to try and stalk them, there's a very good chance that that the zebra will see the lions, because there isn't excellent cover for them to make use of. But I think it would be quite a good area, especially in the dry season, for something like a pride of lions to lie in one of these more dense areas around the watering hole. And in that time of year, there's also going to be much more game and much more animals coming down to the watering hole to drink. And there's a good chance that if they're lying in one of the thickets and they're well hidden, that they might be able to catch something like a zebra. I don't want to mention it, but those waterbuck are walking into the thicket as well, that female and her calf. So that's the sort of technique that I think something like a pride of lions, leopard, would use. The other animal that I haven't mentioned that might make use of this as a hunting ground and would be able to get that or catch that baby waterbuck would be something like a cheetah. We don't tend to see cheetah too often at Ngala because of the high density of lion and hyenas that are around, so the cheetahs tend to avoid andBeyond Ngala. But this would also be an ideal area for them without having to worry too much about the cover. You can imagine if they're able to stalk through the dense area, and as soon as they hit the clearing, if they set off on a high chase, there's a good chance that they might be able to catch something like that baby waterbuck or maybe some impala. The tricky element then would be is if the animals run into the thickets away from the cheetah, they're going to struggle to keep that high speed chase up and might end up missing the impala or the species of game that they're trying to catch. Another predator that we see around this waterhole, especially, I haven't managed to spot any of them this afternoon, is crocodiles. And I've seen 3 crocodiles in this watering hole on various occasions, but with the rains, there's another dam that's filled up to our western side, and sometimes 1 or 2 of them might move in there. But that would be a really good species to think that would be able to catch something here. Imagine an impala coming down to drink and the crocodile goes underwater, sneaks right underneath that animal's nose, and it will be able to grab them and pull them into the water. During this cycle, I've only heard of a crocodile catching one thing at this watering hole, seen by one of the other guides that work here, and it was a vulture, believe it or not. That would have been quite an interesting sighting to witness. It's cooling down quite nicely this evening. Birds are starting to call. I think most of the predators might be starting to stretch and starting to get a little bit more active. And Odie and myself thought it might just be a good idea to come across to this watering hole again. In my opinion, it was in the hopes that we'd get some elephants swimming. Yeah, but unfortunately not the case again. So we're just going to have to wait, and maybe sometime later this week or next week we'll see that at one of the watering holes. We're going to leave this watering hole and leave all these beautiful animals that are feeding on the far side and head back towards the Timbavati River and see if we can't find a cat, a leopard or a lion. But for now, we're going to send you over to Lauren, who's also at a watering hole.
We are at Treehouse Dam. Impo and I are a little bit confused. We thought there was 2 hippos, but now we can only see 1. We're trying to figure it out before we put him or them on screen, but I think there may just be 1. Our regular Treehouse Dam hippo. Now, are you ready for today's riddle? I feel my riddles, I make them up, by the way, and I put a lot of effort into them. But you've all been getting the answers. So this one is probably the hardest so far, everyone, so pay attention. Now, I spoke to you about phylums. Phylums are a really broad way of classifying organisms, from sort of cells to tissues to organs to segmented. There's a whole different spectrum. And I gave you 10 because 10 of the phylums are the most common, but there's actually 36 in the animal kingdom. So this riddle is not a species. It's a phylum. I want to know the phylum, and it's very, very challenging. Or it's challenging for me, so pay attention. I am a phylum, not a single organism. So our phylum name actually means slow stepper. We are actually said to look like the hookah smoking caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland, but we really don't smoke hookah. We actually eat fluids to survive. We suck the juices from algae, lichens, and moss. Some of us are carnivores. And we swim. We have multiple legs to propel us to reach food. There are more clues to come, everyone. Halt with your guesses. There are more clues coming. I think Hippo here enjoyed that. I think he knows the answer as well. But this is a really, really, really tough one. But more clues will follow, I promise. So we are at Treehouse Dam, which means we're in very close proximity to the hyena den. Marcus, you're asking about hippos being territorial. And the males are very territorial, which means they are very protective over their territory. And when we first arrived, and Paul and I were trying to decide if there was 2 hippos or 1, which sounds really bizarre right now, but it genuinely did look like that. He was yawning, and yawning is a territorial display, and he was yawning at us. He was telling us, no, guys, this is my territory. Don't even think about coming into this dam. This is mine. So they're very territorial over the water body, and they're also very territorial over their females. A sort of dominant bull will have a harem of females, and he's very dominant and protective over them as well. You'll normally see dominant male doing the helicopter maneuver with their feces, which is rather entertaining to watch, let's not lie. But it's a dominance display, it's a territorial display in the hippo. And sometimes at Treehouse Dam you come and he's here, and sometimes he's not. You've got to love that noise. But it has got cooler here, really cooler. All of a sudden it was stifling hot, and Paul and I were planning on just sitting at a water body in the shade for the first part of drive. But then all of a sudden there's just this bizarre cloud cover. Rain looks like it could be on the horizon, and it means that it's cooled down. So we thought, why not try the hyena down? And then try again a little bit later, and then keep trying. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Are you ready, Impo? It's just up here. The hyena den is literally right next to Treehouse Dam. So sometimes on a really hot day, you will find that the hyenas actually come down here to wallow or drink. You get really, really lucky with the Djuma clan down here. And talking of the Djuma clan, they're actually on, they feature on WWF's Earth Hour official video for this year. Well done, Djuma clan. If any of you don't know what Earth Hour is, it's a very, very special day on the 27th of March. And it's where all around the world, everybody turns their lights off for 1 hour. It's a massive sort of collaborative effort of trying to educate, raise awareness, and sort of save electricity. If you've not heard of it, check out Earth Hour. And in their new video, features the Djuma clan. Okay, so we're off to see if the Djuma clan are present, and for now, we're going to send you off to another location.
Well, very exciting for me. This is a new species this year. This is actually a tree locust, and a fairly large individual. Just looking at its size on your screen, you can see it is a very large insect, and it can be anywhere between 50 and 90 millimeters in length, so very, very large. And if we're looking at this beautiful locust, that strong hind leg there that is well equipped for jumping, that light band that runs across the leg is very distinctive, and we can't see the eye now, but the eye has very distinctive lines through it, which is through these larger locusts that we get here, is a very distinguishing characteristic as well. This is part of the short-horned or short-antennaed group of locusts. You get the long-horned, you get the short-horned. This would fall in that short-horned or short-antennaed group. Very, very nice to see. So sometimes they do swarm, so on occasions you do find this species to swarm, but then they also prefer floodplains. And then the presence of a few different trees, especially Ziziphus, which we do have here in Tswalu. But what a wonderful species to see, and what a way we saw it, how it just flew over us like that. There is another amazing insect inside this tree. I haven't seen it move. It is a giant jewel beetle, and we have been sitting here tight trying to see where this insect has gone. Very, very beautiful beetle to see. These insects, so entertaining. There's so much. The diversity of insects are remarkable. A very, very diverse group of organisms. So you enjoy birding, and you enjoy looking and searching for those new and elusive things. Insects is by far the next step up from birding, because it's just endless. The biology, the ecology, the role they play is vital, and something that we truly have to appreciate. Truly have to appreciate. All right. Well, I think we should leave this individual be. And I think what we're going to do is we are going to continue south, because we still have a little bit of a drive to get to that area where those cheetah were seen this morning. I hope everybody is having a fantastic Sunday, wherever you are. And once again, like I've said before, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for spending the time with us and having the curiosity to understand all this wonderful stuff around us. That is so amazing. There's another one. Oh, okay. It is a real pleasure and a treat to be out here. I'm just seeing things move everywhere now. Knowing me, I would never get down there if I did do it my own way. Anything moves, I want to stop and I want to look at it. Big wasp. Yeah, and coming up to a nice big junction over here. Once again, we're going to look at that road and look for those very distinctive paws with claws. And obviously that elongated format of that track being presented is a very easy track to identify. There's the cheetah tracks. And there being 3 of them, it should be a bit easier to find these tracks. But we're going to push on here to find these tracks for you folks and hopefully the animals. But let's send you over to somebody else who's got something very cool for you guys.
So we finally got the bride of a lion. Looking at the lion nest right there, and on top of the falling marula tree. So that we have to come far north into Bevlisuk to get to find them. And this is a Talamati bride. So there's another vehicle here also joined these sightings. As you can hear the talking in the background. the temperature is slightly drop out here, so this is where they are. That's why they looks like they're going to start to get to be mobile soon. And there was a lightning coming from the west. So that's why they're active quite early. Greg, you're asking if this female have cubs. Not that I'm aware of. With the Dalamati Pride, I don't have any new cubs, if I can recall well. Only these all young female that already you can see. One is on top of this tree here, and they're all up or big enough to able to survive. Yeah, so they don't have young cubs. Hunting when a cats hunt in the daylight, so much of energy they will probably lost or wasted. But because they hunt in a group, it's always a chance that they may either cornered something, killed it, even in the daylight. And then I have to feed regularly, because there's quite a few in this bride. Tennessee asking if I know how many lions in this bride. So was 14 somewhere there, but they have also male with them, which is just gonna put him right now. He's actually following right behind the end. So anything 14 in this bride. For such a pride, it's actually a big number, or enough number. When I always have to hunt, I gotta hunt something bigger. Looks like we've got a duck mane over here, I think. This male. A Walker males. You can see a female in front of them. There's also a female in front of them there. So I'm gonna keep up with them, so closer, to see how they do. So, but I think they have moved far north this time, where they, I think, just came, which is to the north of this area where we are. And the buffalo herd, the tracks were seen this morning, but it's far from here. One still on top of that mound. Beautiful, well camouflaged. Looking at the grasses on her right. So being on top of the mound is always greater advantage of seeing around area. These males is just gonna march along the road like that. It's got a beautiful dark mane looking male. So I'm gonna stay put here, trying to follow this bride. There's still not a lot of car coming here yet. So in the meantime, I will be sending you across to Lauren.
We have been having the most incredible sighting, but it's very stressful. Ask Impo, I'm very stressed right now. The cubs are just wandering on the road on their own, following June, but it looks like Intima's here and June is here. We've got Ngwazi, Shimbulu, Novella, and listen to that. Hi guys. Hello, I've missed you too. And Impo, if you just look over here, here's June. You see her head sticking out of the termite. Well, not out of the termite mat, but June. Come back, June. Come on. It is so good to see them. Where June is right now, everyone, just to give you some context, is Philemon's Dip Den 1. They're normally at 3. Oh my goodness, they see the tiny little cub coming behind. He's going to pop his head out. Why are you this far from home? It disappeared in the long grass. There's another cub there. It must be Novella. June, go get the cub. Lauren can't handle this amount of stress. And this is a sad reality, everyone. Once the cubs start getting older, they do want to explore. You can see there's a cub. Come on, this way. As if it would listen to me. They do want to follow the adults. They want to know what's happening past the den. They want to follow smells. They want to follow... Please tell me that's not Intima's little one. Oh my goodness, it's Intima's cub on its own at den number 1. Can you hear that? Sorry, Gwen, I'll get back to you. I just really want to make sure this cub... Come on, that's it. Come on. Panicking. I think this is Intima's one. Come on, everybody's waiting on you. They've all gone. Everyone else is gone. This one's lost and far too young to be... I mean, den number 1, 2, and 3 are close to one another, but not that close, if that makes sense. And Tima's gonna have to come back and get her. Or him. Okay, I'm just gonna check behind, see if any hyenas are behind us. Okay, there's an adult here. It's June. Oh, come on, little one. Don't do this to me. At this age, the cubs should not follow the adults. The cubs should stay put in the den, and the den is still number 3. So why they're all here, I don't understand, unless they're moving everyone. Unless they do change dens once it gets too smelly. Okay, everyone, I think maybe I can reposition. June's behind us. Am I okay to drive them, Paul? So they do move. Maybe they're in the middle of a move. We've just got them moving. That's very possible. But June's, she's worried. She's not leaving. So let's just do a U-turn. They know there's a cub here. Come on, June. Oh, that's a tree. Sorry, Info. I'm pretty good at hitting trees, actually. Okay, I think if I go up here, you're going to get a view of June, and I think she's looking for that little one. If it's Intima's cub, if I'm correct in saying that. I didn't see any spots. Navella's now got spots. But this was, when Corky was the matriarch, this was the Dane. It's completely overgrown, so many of you won't recognize it. I don't even really recognize it, but we spent hours upon hours upon hours here. Needy, it's not June's cub, I don't think. Now, it all just happened very quickly. We were at the den. Lots of activity, everybody moved, the cubs followed, we followed, and then it seems to have gone a bit wrong. Is this Intima? Intima's coming back. I think it's Intima's cub. So if I'm correct in saying that, Intima will pick her up. But they both know that there's a cub being left behind. She's looking for a baby. Intima, go get her. Come on, girl. That's it, girl. Go get your baba. But I don't see any of the cubs following, so I imagine they're all put at den number 3. So let's just sit tight and see, because my heart is in my mouth. June's not left, though. This way. Go that way. Go the other way. She listened to me. See, I can speak. Oh, I spoke too soon. Look at this, Simple. This is what's happening. I mean, this is Gingerika. Gingerika's getting older, but little Navella, look at Navella. She's too young to be wandering. So what's either happening here is the cubs are being very, very naughty and following the adults, or they've moved dens, which is also extremely possible. Once the parasite loads and the smell gets too much for one den, they move. I can't decide exactly what is going on. But they've got some maintenance to do if they're trying to get all their cubs in den number 1. Hello, guys. Oh, you love exploring, don't you? Look at June, happy to see her little one. Oh, straight to her baby, look. Therefore, I agree, this is absolute. I've never witnessed this. I think that was June telling Navella, go home. But I really can't decide what's Ngwazi and Shimbulu have gone back to den number 3. I hope this all makes sense to everyone. There's just 3 termite mounds, 1, 2, 3, that are sort of perpendicular to one another in the same area, that all the hyenas have used them all, the Djuma clan. This one was Corky's den. Den number 2 was Ngwazi and Shimbulu's natal den. And then den number 3 is what they're using right now. So I hope that all makes sense. But I feel a lot more relaxed now that June and Ntima are here. And I mean, we lost Plonk, we lost Swana, we've lost a lot of young cubs from the Djuma clan, and it could easily be from incidents like this, where they've followed mom, then they've got lost, the grass is too long, mom's walking too fast, and lo and behold, another predator will come. Do you know what I'm going to do? I think we can go round here and see what's going on. Let's try and get in. I know all the secret roads to this den. It's almost like they're assessing moving in here. I am absolutely overjoyed at this sighting. It's been so long since I've seen them, and believe it or not, I check every day. Ask my cameraman. Maybe 3 or 4 times a day I come and check. But they're just not there. Okay, now this is very overgrown since we used to use it, but we should still be able to get in. I just want to make sure Ntima and her little one are reunited. Wow, this is so overgrown. The fly just went up my nose, sorry everyone. I'll find a way, don't worry. This is the old road. Brings back a lot of memories driving this road. And this is actually the den. I don't know if you will all be familiar with this, where Darkmane of Voka actually attacked Corky. It was a heart-stopping sighting. But Corks was fine. It just shows you how resilient hyenas really are. Okay, we got a cub. Are you guys moving homes? 3 cubs. Navella, Gingirika. Oh, and Ntima, you guys are moving homes. Why? I literally think we have just came across the Djuma clan in the middle of a move. We've witnessed them moving. I can't believe this. Or they're using multiple mounds. I really can't believe this. The cameraman will be happy. I have been complaining a lot that I've not seen the Djuma clan. Okay, so I wonder if the others will follow. We've got Tima's baby here, Navella Gingirika. We're missing Braveheart, Shimbulu, Ngwazi, and Pumela. But this path that the hyena dens are on, it used to be a game path, but really it's pretty much turned into a road, and it's going to get a lovely, beautiful name soon. But the animals will still use it as an animal path, and Kalamba uses this road, Shidulu uses this road, the Talamatis use this road. I haven't seen the Ingohomas in a while, but they have used this road. Molwati, I've had a sighting with Molwati on this road. It's a really prominent game path that sort of takes you from sort of Philemon's Dip, which is quite central Djuma, all the way to Treehouse Dam. And that's where the hyenas choose to den. So it just means that there's a lot of predator movement. I think Trishala just last week also had Kalamba here, really close to the hyena den. And that's exactly why you don't want the hyena cubs wandering off on their own. Oh, there's another head popping out of the den. This den is particularly small. It must be deep underground for all the cubs to be able to fit inside. But hyenas do move. I've just never witnessed them move. I've always just arrived at a den site and after a while realised there's no fresh tracks, there's no urine, there's no activity, and then sort of through a process of elimination realised that they've moved. Whereas this time I think we caught the clan in the middle of the move. Oh, many of you are excited to have seen that. Me too, I was panicking for a while. But nature is nature. I mean, whatever happens, happens. But as you all know, I'm particularly fond of the Djuma clan. So I think when we check in the mornings and the evenings for the hyenas, we'll need to check really carefully all the dens now. I'm just going to update the radio. I gave them all the wrong information. Stations, they actually have moved dens. They're now using the first den that's much more sort of closer to Philemon's cut line. Okay, I'm going to sit here probably for the rest of the drive and enjoy the Djuma clan.
If you love to watch WildEarth, then we are inviting you to join our Explorers program. For a monthly subscription, you will have the opportunity to win fantastic WildEarth expeditions. Join our guides for a chat around the fire, receive weekly highlights from our shows, and much more. All the money will go to keeping these live safaris on air, which in turn allows us to escape into nature every single day.
Converging game path will invariably lead you to a water source, but treat all water as suspect. One of my favorite ways of purifying water is to filter out the particulates. And by just filtering it through your sock, you can clear out most of those. You can put water into a snail shell and you can boil it over a fire or using a chemical like chlorine or colloidal silver.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
The croc is still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want. The wildebeest cross is trying. The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky, lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I am thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Welcome back To andBeyond Pinda, where we abandoned our cheetah search to come back to these lions who are quite active at the moment. The youngsters are playing, moms even just got up. Oh. It's quite amazing to see from sleeping lions to very active. The youngsters are quite active. They've been playing around with one another. Now mom's even chasing one of the youngsters. And it's gotten quite chilly here on andBeyond Pinda. And these are the lions that we were with a little bit earlier on top of the mountain. And as that cool breeze came, they decided to come down the mountain into this quite open area here. And they were just lying down, but now that it's quite a lot colder, it seems like they have gotten quite active. And the cubs are playing around with one another. Mom has also been looking around, having a look to see if she can... Oh, yeah. How incredible is this to have such playful lions? Hammonds, these cubs aren't old enough to join on the hunt just yet. So these cubs are probably 10 months old, maybe 11 months old. And they would go with mom on the hunt. But as soon as mom does spot something, say for instance an impala, and her body language changes, often what happens is then those cubs will often just lay down where they are, and they'll let mom sort of take over and do the rest. And probably from about 1.5 years, maybe even closer to 2 years, that's when they'll start joining in on the hunt. Often at an age like this, maybe a little bit older, they start to try and join in on the hunt, but they often can mess it up for mom. I mean, I've seen it before where a whole pride of lions was surrounding a herd of wildebeest, and they were all tucked up in long grass. And all of a sudden, the wildebeest started alarm calling, and we were wondering what was happening. And all of a sudden, I turned around, and right on the top of a termite mound, there were the 3 youngsters on a termite mound looking at the wildebeest. So, I mean, it is quite an annoying phase of this mother's life where the cubs will start to disrupt the hunt. But as soon as they do get a little bit older, that's when they'll then start to join in on the hunt. And if we watch carefully and see if they do it again, they are starting to learn to hunt. So you can see sometimes the cubs often will grab one another sort of around the throats, and that's them learning how to sort of strangle their prey. And if they do it to mom, what often happens is mom will make quite a loud noise or growl, and that just shows, oh, yo, look at that, almost a rugby tackle, and both of the cubs go down. Mom will often make quite a loud growling noise just to show them that they are getting big and strong, and they are growing up and they're doing the right thing. Just like, look at what they're doing now. And now they're just rolling around with one another. Sorry about that car passing in the background there. We're not actually too far from the lodge. So there are some staff that are driving past. You can see those cubs are panting quite a lot at the moment, and they're sort of running out of energy. But youngsters like this, they have energy stored up all over, so I'm sure they'll still be quite playful. And I did have a look when they were standing up. They did seem like they were quite hungry. There was quite an indent around the stomach area of the lion. So I wonder if Mom's maybe waiting for it to get a little bit darker, and then she might set off and potentially see what she can maybe grab for dinner this evening. You see both those cubs are panting, always having a lookout. They're quite inquisitive, so any noise that comes past, any smell that they hear, they often will look around and see. It is quite incredible how muscular these cubs are. I mean, if you think about it, at about 10 months old already, they're not too far off mom's size. And lion cubs, they have incredible strength, and they use that strength to take down things like wildebeest and impalas and inyalas and things. But it's crazy to see how they even tackle one another and bringing each other down to the ground. And it's just amazing to see lions active. Here we go again. Oh, let's see if one. Oh. Just biting one another. Oh, a kick to the face. It's also quite amazing the size of their paws already from such a young age. Lions, they have huge feet, and it's just incredible to see the sheer size. Even with such young cubs like these ones here, their feet are way too big for their body. And they'll often use those feet to almost push down, use their power to push down prey. Often these lions will be hunting in prides. So, I mean, a pride, maybe 6 or 7 of them, often one will try and go and to suffocate it, and the others will actually use that strength to push the wildebeest down to the ground so that it's easier for the rest of the pride to try and suffocate it. How amazing, though, to have these lions off in the distance on top of a hillside, very sleepy, to now having them relaxing on the grass, playing around. The mother and the young one to the right are just sleeping, resting. Mom's got her head up, but the two on the left, they're very, very active still. I wonder how long it's going to take for the third cub to join up with the two on the left. Maybe she's trying to gain some energy to go and play with the other two. I'm glad the rain has stayed away from andBeyond Pinda this afternoon. So we're able to stay out, because it's been one incredible afternoon out here on Pinda. I mean, we've seen 2 different prides of lions. We've seen the elephants. We did see a rhino far off in the distance. So, I mean, it's been quite an incredible afternoon so far here on Pinda. And I wonder what else this afternoon has in store for us. And I think it's definitely going to be worthwhile spending a little bit of time here with these lions, potentially seeing maybe as it gets a little bit darker, Mom's going to maybe set off and see what she can find around this area. So I think we are going to spend a little bit more time here with these lions, see what they do get up to. But we're going to send you over to Andrew, who's found some lions of his own.
Thanks, Chad. Indeed, we still got the Talamati Pride. And then now we just went down flat again. And this area looks like they've been actually mowed the grass because it's in front of one of the camp up north. So they're sitting now here. And then that movement they were doing is probably they wanted to go further this way to get a little bit of a rest before they can move here again. And then it's so important, lions, they spend a lot of time, 18 hours, can be more than resting during the day, conserving a lot of energy when they get mobile again. And then when it started to move, depending on the number of prey species around them, if then is not much, they need to move until they get to where it's plentiful of the prey species they can hunt. So you're saying it's always nice to see the Talamati. Indeed, it's always nice. Well, we actually didn't have them for a few weeks though. And I always miss them. You know, they were doing a lot of calling, especially Duckman. He was actually roaring one of the night. Passed by quarantine. The next morning we found his track. But then we couldn't find him. So he was crossed into Manyeleti. So I'm going to reverse, see if we can get a better view of them all, because we only see 3 here. Understand that they're not all here. Some of them missing, some of part of them are missing. Beautiful man-made concrete waterhole here, since I mentioned it's actually right in front of one of the camp, Hunter's Moon camp, where they are at the moment, up north into Babelshoek. I'm not sure what they're seeing there. They're looking pretty much into the camp. They say asking if all the adults member in this pride hunt together. Yes, they do. But depending on what situation, if then they're not separated. So even these all young female we see here, they're already hunting in this age. So they are hunted together. But it's quite often that they're lost from one another during that action of chasing or not actually finding each other quite quickly again. So this is why now we only see that we can see right here and the rest of them not here. So I'm going to stay put with this pride, and I'll be sending you across to Nikki with something cool to show.
So I'm struggling to contain my excitement, everyone. Look what we have managed to find this afternoon. A beautiful female leopard. So as mentioned, when we were at the watering hole, we've come back towards the Timbavati River. We were actually sitting in the riverbed where the lioness, one of the middle Birmingham lionesses, has given birth. And we haven't yet seen their cubs, and we were hoping maybe she would bring them out for us this afternoon. And as we were sitting there, we heard impalas alarming just behind on the southern side of the river. And we went to investigate, and this was exactly what they were alarming at. Absolutely beautiful. She's in quite a dense area now. There were some kurus in the area as well, and as soon as they moved off, she sort of hunkered down right there in the bush. She's sleeping below a russet bush willow and leadwood, but I love that view of her through the greenery. It's too special. I mean, look at those spots. It shows why we're struggling to find these leopards this time of year. She's looking right towards us. See how she's still got a little bit of pink on her nose as well. She's not a young leopard at all. For those viewers that might be able to recognize her, I think it's the New Zulu female that we have managed to find this afternoon. She has got two youngsters that are now approaching about a year of age, but I'm sure she's tucked them away somewhere along the riverbed. And she's been moving around. We were watching her scent marking, almost jumping up into the bushes, rubbing her face into the quarries and spraying urine as well. So just establishing or continuing to establish her territory in the area. We have seen a little bit of a movement with her pushing a little bit further east along the riverbed this year, which has been actually quite nice for us, because the area that she used to spend the majority of her time was incredibly difficult to work, and we really did struggle to find her. So I'm really, really excited that we managed to find her this afternoon. Yeah, Odie was just mentioning about the lioness. So there is another vehicle in the sighting. So if you do hear voices or the car turning on its own, he's got guests on his car. And we were busy watching her, trying to see if we could see this leopard through the bush. And Rowan just radioed me and he said, look in front. And the lioness, which was in the riverbed denning, was right in front of us. I have to agree with that. It is an incredibly beautiful face. It's one of the most beautiful leopards that we have here on Ngala, in my opinion. Really dark face, almost an orangey color to her coat, and beautiful, stunning spots. But back on that topic, Rowan radioed us and said, look in front of you, and that lioness was right in front of our car. She walked past this leopard maybe 6 or 7 meters away, and she's headed south along the road, and we might be able to catch up with her a little bit later, but I think because of the lack of leopards that we've seen around andBeyond Ngala at the moment, I'm not leaving this leopard until she disappears away from us. Are those eyes as well? And you can see she's panting quite deeply on top of all of that. I think it's just because it's still quite hot with the clouds that have come over us, that thunderstorm that was brewing in the west. It's become incredibly humid. And for us, me and Odie, who can sweat through our skin, it's warm. Now you can imagine for this leopard who's got that really thick coat with no sweat glands on her other than through her nose and her feet, she's going to struggle to regulate her temperature a little bit more than us. So, I mean, we've been seeing tracks of her all over the reserve. She's been playing games with all of the rangers. You'll drive one road and then check that road 10 minutes later and she's walked over your tyre tracks. But no one's been able to find her. So it's been excellent finding her this afternoon and having such a beautiful view of her as well. She's still staring towards us in this direction, and that's because this is the direction where that lioness walked. But it was amazing to see how she didn't move. She spotted that lioness before I did, and just lay flat in the grass. And as that lioness was moving past, she would just carefully reposition, making sure she knew exactly where that lion was and where she was moving to. And you can see how every time she hears a noise, something gets her attention, heads up, she's scanning, she's listening. Oh, and now looks like she might be moving for us. Lucy, undoubtedly, she was, very, very, very worth all the tracking and all the hard work. And I mean, look at the area she's gone into. So we had a very small view of her face, and I think she might have moved. I just want to give it a second to see where she goes. We might sneak back onto the road, but you can see this area around us is so thick. There is another vehicle here, so there's a good chance that we won't lose her. But also with the lioness moving through, with the kudu being around, and just because we want to respect her, we don't want to be turning the vehicle on and consistently moving around her. We're just going to end up irritating her. What I might try to do is, because she moved just a little bit right there, I'm just going to reverse a bit and see if we can't get another view of her. It's unbelievably thick in there. I'm just going to sit right here. Rowan hasn't put his car on yet. I don't think she's moved from this area. She might have just gone around to the other side of the tree. But I'm definitely not leaving the leopard this afternoon, and I think Odie agrees with me. So we're just going to stick around here and see if we can't get a few more views of her when she does start to move.
It's the month of March, and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the live safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Hello, Mama. Just checking us out, everybody. There's no aggression here. Very relaxed. A herd of elephants moving around your car like that is truly, truly magical.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
We really are having such a lovely afternoon here. We're still at den number 1. We've got Intima, Herbaba, Navella and June, all just tenderly greeting one another. We quickly went round to the other den just to check, because I'm also a little bit confused here. And all the other cubs are Braveheart, Pumela and Gwazi Shambula. They're all just sitting at the other den. There's been a kill here. We've got Gingirika down here. We'll just show you her. And she's chewing on a bone. There's definitely remains, oh, up she gets, of some sort of carcass. So I wonder if the past few mornings that I've came here and the den's not been active, have they been here? Look at this one jumping on Mum's head. I want to get a good look at you today. Impo, at any point, if you see an opportunity to zoom into that tiny little black bear's genitalia, please do. Oh, look at, these are the 2 youngest ones of the clan. Junebug. And an unnamed little black bear. Oh, would you look at that? You're so brave now. June's very bit that. June's just such a wonderful mother, really. She knows exactly which one is her baby. Okay, you're going to steal your baby's bone, June. That's not nice. I was just saying nice things about you. Angela, it doesn't really have anything to do with the time of year, to be honest with you. It's just whenever the hyenas obviously feel they need to, so they can move if there's a sort of threat that's been present. For example, a pride of lions have maybe came and tried to attack the den. But generally it's down to parasite load. So once, I mean, you've got 7 cubs in there. And I love the smell of hyenas, but I don't think all will agree. What do you think, Impo? No, he doesn't like it. Didn't think so. I obviously love it, but it's 7 cubs all growing. They take morsels of food down there. They take carrion down there. They urinate. So, of course, after a while, it's going to become very unhygienic, and the parasite load will just be far too high. And then someone makes the decision it's time to move. But they've been at den number 3 a really, really long time. So really, to be honest, it's probably time to move, but it's not really got anything to do with summer. It's just so fascinating what we've witnessed today. I myself am also trying to figure out what's going on. It'll just be great to see more adults come. That's what we want. I just want to quickly list off the rest of my riddle so you can all get your thinking caps on. Okay. Going back to the riddle, we can survive just about anywhere, but prefer to live in sediment at the bottom of lakes. We survive in a wide range of situations. And what do I mean by situations? Well, we can survive in environments as cold as -200 degrees Celsius, or as hot as 150 degrees Celsius. We survive radiation, boiling liquids, massive amounts of pressure, and we can even survive in outer space. Although we sound bizarre, we are strangely cute and tiny, and we are almost indestructible. We will survive long after humanity is gone. Our name has recently been used in a brand new free streaming service similar to Netflix, but for wildlife. What are we? It's a phylum, remember, not an organism, so it's a group of species altogether. I'm very much looking forward to hearing the wonderful suggestions that you may have. I can't believe the change in Tima's cub. So big and boisterous and brave. And it seems that June is just patrolling back and forth. I don't know whether she's trying to encourage all the other cubs to come over this side. Oh, okay, I'm going to stay here as long as I can. But for now, we're going to send you all the way down to Kyle with some antelope.
Well, we've driven so far south, I think we're nearly in Cape Town. We are still traveling south to try and pick up on these tracks, and we thought it's just time for some antelope action. Stop and enjoy these beautiful Springbok. They are looking absolutely beautiful in the sunlight right now. And we haven't picked up on any tracks yet, but we are not going to give up. I'm not one just to give up and say, okay, I'm done. I need to find these tracks. And sometimes it's also just important to stop and look at the plains game, because that's when things all come together. And their eyes, or their senses are really well tuned to this environment. So if there's a predator nearby, they could possibly be an early indication for a predator, and then eventually for us to lead up on it. It's important just to stop while you are going and appreciate all aspects of nature. Those beautiful white bellies. It's very important tools. If you think about Springbok, they are fairly well adapted to a wide range of habitats. But an adaptation of having a white belly is there for a specific reason. If you think about, the temperature that one would experience through a hot day, the ambient temperature will be very warm, but the surface temperature can be warmer than that of the ambient. And you think about all that heat being pushed back up, will obviously be absorbed by that animal's body. And that white belly, the function behind that is to basically reflect and push away that heat, especially for animals that live in drier, hot areas. And animals such as oryx, they've also got a white belly, same adaptation, just to bounce back heat. But they are very well suited to these hot, dry areas, utilizing different plants, different types of grasses, and as well as being very clever when and how they operate to save moisture, or conserve moisture, sorry. Jimmy, how do they defend themselves from predators? So antelope have a few tools. So those projections, those horns on top of the head, that'll be one tool that could be used as a form of defense. So horns are very, very useful tools to deter and protect an animal. But if you take a look at antelope are very fleeting. They are very, very quick on their 2 hooves. And agility and speed is another way in how they would evade predators. So, I mean, I've seen wild dogs chase springbok, and the wild dogs look at the springbok, and you can see there's no attempt whatsoever because of just the sheer speed that these animals can have. And look at them, they're showing us that right now. Lovely stuff. Wow, beautiful. Sure, okay. On cue, eh? They only do that on Sundays when I ask them to run. So they can defend themselves with their horns, and then escaping predation would be from agility and speed. I mean, that little antelope can clock around about 80 kilometers an hour. That's very fast on those little spindly legs. Here come the rest of them. So now, why would they be moving? Well, for now, let's send you over to Chad, who's got a predator.
Welcome back to andBeyond Pinda, where we're still sitting with these lions. They have slowly started to settle down a little bit, while the youngsters have settled down a bit. You can see Mom, she's actually looks like she might have spotted something. You can see her ears are up. She's gazing off into the distance. I wonder if she hasn't maybe spotted something maybe moving in the distance. It's amazing to see all her muscles as she's sitting up like that. And her ears every now and then are sort of like twitching in the direction of where she's looking. I wonder what she spotted. If I look through my binoculars, I can't seem to see anything. But this lioness, she has incredible eyesight, so she'll be able to spot any sort of movement that we're unable to spot. Even warthogs running in the long grass, maybe an impala on the hillside. So it'll be interesting to see. Oh, there she just lost a little bit of interest. I can see a big yawn from her. She was also, just before you came to us, she was contact calling. And her cubs are lying, or there's 2 cubs lying off just to the left-hand side of her. And maybe she is wanting to get going for the evening. I mean, there's a cool breeze here at andBeyond Pinda. It's quite a chilly afternoon into the evening, so it's a perfect time for lions to start getting a little bit active. And there she goes and lays down. Often that's the case where lions will show signs of getting active and then they just drop down. But have a look at that youngster. Look how it's lying, trying to make itself as small as possible. I wonder if it's going to go try and run at the other cub. Maybe when that other cub isn't looking, maybe it's then going to try and go and pounce onto it. So, Jody, that's a very interesting question. So lions at nighttime, they'll mostly rely on their eyesight. So they are mostly nocturnal, so active mostly at night. I'm not saying that they aren't active during the daytime, but they do often wander around at night. And so their eyes are very adapted to be able to see at night. So, I mean, lions have incredible sense of smell, hearing, and eyesight. So they'll use all senses at night. And especially out here in the bush when it's very, very quiet. I mean, if it's very thick and the lions can't see, they'll often then use their hearing. But if it is quite an open area, then they'll use their eyesight to be able to potentially hunt and maybe go I can hear she's contact calling. Let me keep quiet for a little bit. It was just quite a soft contact call. I wonder if maybe she's trying to get her cubs to come closer to her, that she can maybe set off. But the youngsters, they don't seem too interested at the moment. You can see that one is still lying down. Oh, now it's just lifted its head. I wonder how long it will take for these cubs to join up with mom and then continue on their evening. And I just saw mom, she yawned again. So that is a sign that they could potentially start to move. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. So I think we might spend just a little bit longer with these lions, see if they do get up and move. But we're going to send you over to Andrew, who's also with some lions.
Thanks, Chad. So we still with this pride, and then all I was hoping is that maybe the other pride would join us, the other member, but they hasn't yet. We're not sure how far they are. Maybe wherever they are, they're probably taking it easy. We will hope this pride also they will get to properly mobile when it's completely dark. Moving at night, they're not actually losing a lot of energy because Trevor, so you're asking, would the pride ever fight another pride for territory? So females, really, since they also pride formed by the same gene pool of a blood-related animal there. So definitely wherever they meet along the boundary there with the other pride, it's quite a lot of growl and but it's never actually a fatal fight. So the weakest pride has to also move away, since they won't going to be joining, form part of the pride as a whole, just the individual group of pride. But males, definitely, they don't really tolerate other different member of male that come to the area trying to claim the property or territory. So this killing of one another, we've seen quite a lot of males kill the other male because of this situation of dominate. Female pride, they tend to avoid one another quite often, and they all understand where males would dominate three different pride within his territory. So this pride, all the three different pride, they, as the whole different group, they need to respect one another. Within that, his territory, they would also, each group set up its own boundary between, where sometimes overlap their territory to another pride. So that's the furthest one. July 29. So you're asking why do the cubs had a spot on their leg? So that when they're younger, they're also covered with a spot around their body, faces as well, and they're a couple of weeks old. So what we see here, all of the other young female, which they even above a year and a half, nearly 2 years, some of these, they still have a lot of spot on their legs. So when they're younger, the spot, actually it's a protection mechanism where they will actually have to be well blended in when they're hiding in the bush with this pattern. So that's why they have a spot when they're young. If they're younger, you would mistake them to maybe baby leopard because of this pattern they have. And then this pattern, they would just going to all disappear when they're all adult. I'm going to be moving on, checking if I find something else for everybody. And then there's quite a few vehicles coming to this bride up here. In the meantime, I'll be sending you across to Lauren with the beautiful scenery.
This is one of the most beautiful sunsets I have seen in a long time. Let's zoom into that colour pink and purple. Now, we were having the most loveliest sighting at the hyena day, and it was just continuing and continuing. And all of a sudden, Ntima heard something, and she ran. And she ran so fast into the tree, and she's heard either a leopard or a distress call or an alarm call. We can't go into the drainage, but we are going to keep circling. Now, as we look at this stunning view, I do want to say well done to those who got it right. Obviously, it was not hard enough. Well done, Treese, Janet Long, Greg Forrest, and Joy in Hong Kong. I've not heard your name in a long time, Joy. I hope you're well. The answer was tardigrades. Now, if any of you have never heard of this before, Google it. Tardigredes. And they're also called water bears. And there's actually a new fantastic online streaming service. It's free. It's for wildlife only. It's like the Netflix for wildlife. And it's called the Water Bear Network. And tardigrades basically are tiny little things that look so creepy but also cute. That's the only way I can describe them, in their own phylum. So that's the phylum. I think there's over 1,000 species. And in many conditions, they can actually survive by going into an almost death-like state. And they call this cryptobiosis. They basically curl up into a dehydrated ball, and they call this a ton. And this... I will come back to my explanation of the answer to the riddle very soon. For now, over to Ngala.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. And as you can see, we have left that beautiful leopard. Unfortunately, she just went into an area where it was too thick to follow. But how is the sunset we have this afternoon? Look at those colors, the orange, the darker colors as well. And what's really standing out to me this afternoon is the clarity and just how clear it is towards the mountains and the clouds. And I think that's just because of the rain that they had over the escarpment this afternoon. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to keep quiet for a while, and we can enjoy the sunset and a few of the noises to wrap off another stunning day in Africa.
also leaving New Zealand signal.
It is a stunning sunset indeed, Katrina. It's one of the best sunsets that I've had on Ngala this cycle. And when we were with that leopard, I saw some of the colours coming through the dappled lighting through the trees, and I knew we just had to come when I was going to stick with the leopard as long as possible. But when she went missioning off into a very thick area, we knew we had to come to this spot and enjoy this part of the day. It's 100% my favourite part of any day in the bush, is this time in the evening, the sunset. The light gets really soft, all the birds calling, and it's just so peaceful and quiet. It's a nice breeze blowing as well. It was unbelievably humid earlier, so the breeze that's blowing now is keeping me in OD nice and cool. And that thunderstorm, there's still occasionally a little bit of lightning sort of in front of us. It's moved much further north, but it's kept that western line, so I don't think it's going to be touching too many of the game reserves. Pridelands maybe will have a bit of rain if they're lucky, but probably not as well. I think it's more towards the Olifants River by now already. It's amazing how the colours change in such a short space of time. Every minute there's a different colour coming through, different lining around a different cloud. It's that dark, red, orangey red near the mountains, and then as you go higher and higher, it just becomes a beautiful golden colour. And the summer sunsets are definitely my favourite because of the clouds and the light that bounces and reflects off them. Winter sunsets are so gorgeous, but it will just be the sun disappearing. Often not too many clouds around in winter time. Definitely not the worst way to be ending our afternoon today. Hope many of the viewers at home have got a little drink in hand as well, enjoying the afternoon. But I think we're gonna stick around and watch the sunset for another few minutes, and then get out the spotlight and see what nocturnal creatures we can find this evening.
WildEarth is launching a brand new bushwalk from Pridelands, with a slew of potential dangers lurking. It's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot, and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being. Well, one track here in front of me, and then one track went right there. I want to follow the track with the cubs. Sorry, I'm gone behind the car. That's very rude of me. I want to follow the track with the cubs. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Okay, so everybody, we've just bumped into Pride of Lion.
My name is Ross, and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve.
I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Well, we are still on the search. Like I have a lot of trouble with cheetah and safari. I'll have to track them down. But nevertheless, there is lots of things, and we have stumbled upon something new. Two lovely duck-like species on the far end of this very large body of water. And it's something that we don't see very often. It's actually my first sighting of them while on Tswalu. It's a bird species referred to as a teal. And this species is a Cape teal. Very nice to see. And very beautiful bird. All water birds I find very, very beautiful. Their feathers and the markings or pattern that they have. And this is more than likely a pair here. So male and female, male will be on the left and female will be on the right. You can see that window or panel on the side of the wing. That's a very clear indication that that is the male of this pair. And then if they do get a bit closer, what we're going to see is that they actually have a red eye. It looks a little bit creepy, but it's a very distinctive feature of this water bird. We're relaxing a bit as we got here. Now they started to feed. You can see by the bill being inserted into the water and then driven left and right. And what they do is they're sifting the water and they're actually feeding on animal matter. Some of your water birds like this would feed on plant matter, but these feed on majority of animal matter. So this would be tadpoles and other aquatic insects found within this body of water. So we've come into this pan here just to take a look if there's no tracks that have come in here from this morning. And we've taken a little squiz around and there's no tracks. There's a lot of disturbance here around this waterhole. Obviously the activity of animals coming in here. So antelope could have walked over the tracks, but we're going to use another road going northwest now to see if we can't somewhere along the lines meet up with those cheetah tracks. Or hopefully the cheetah. You guys have been busy with Lauren, with those hyena, and I think it's Chad with those lions. You folks have been very busy, and that's great when you have high activity like that. It's also important to come into these pans late afternoon like this, because this is when a predator would come in for a little drink. Let's send you over to the other side of this wonderful country.
Welcome back to Pinda, where we left those lions. They settled down quite a lot. The lioness was lying quite flat, so we decided to continue. And we came down the road probably 200 meters or so, and here we bumped into 3 white rhinos, which is quite amazing to see. We have had a spectacular afternoon here on Pinda. And you can just see the backs of them for now. It just shows you how long the grass is here on Pinda. I mean, it must be extremely nutritious around here. Very, very green, lush grass. And that's why these white rhinos are in this area. I mean, being as big as they are, constantly on the move, bulk grazing, they're going to need a lot of nutrition to gain energy to be able to move throughout the day. And you can hear the ones making quite a high-pitched noise. Hammond, thanks for the question. So rhinos, I would say they are heavier than a giraffe. Giraffes, I know they are pretty big. They can weigh pretty much 800 kilograms to a ton, but white rhinos, they can weigh up to 2 tons. So, I mean, a fully grown white rhino would be much bigger compared to a giraffe. And I would say probably a black rhino weighs similar to a giraffe, probably in the region of 800 kilograms or so. But a white rhino being a lot bigger compared to a white rhino being much bigger compared to a black rhino, whereas white rhinos weighing up to 2 tons and the black rhino weighing around 800 kilograms to a ton. So, I mean, yeah, the white rhino does weigh a lot more compared to a fully grown male giraffe. And it seems like these rhinos have pretty much disappeared into the grass. They were slowly starting to head up this little ridge line, but it was nice to see these white rhinos. But I don't think we're going to get another view of them. They've gone into a more dense area. We're going to continue, see what else we can find, while we send you over to Lauren, who's on the move.
An absolutely incredible story. So Ntima heard something and she ran, and believe it or not, although
That's it, Odie. So welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone, and we are now driving on a road called, there's a scrub hare in the road. Quite nice to get a view of a scrub hare in the light as well. Usually only coming out when it is completely dark, and it's sitting right in the middle of the road for us. Woodlands kingfishers flying around as well. See those enormous ears. And sitting very still. Always notice when I have a look at them, they've got incredibly busy noses. Have a look how big those eyes are as well. And look how that ear is moving every now and then, just listening out for anything that might be moving around. You can imagine for them this time of year, it's an incredibly scary time of year to be moving around the bush, as the grass is almost twice the height of these scrub hares around. So there's good areas for them to hide, but also very good areas for animals like that leopard that we saw earlier to try and ambush something like this scrub hare. And as I mentioned, it is a nocturnal animal, so it's different to a rabbit that some of you might have at home. Quite a cute animal to see as well out on safari. Something that often is overlooked. If you've ever been on safari, you'll see guides tend to find them as a little bit of an irritation. They are beautiful, I'm not saying that they aren't, but they're always in the road at night, and when you're trying to get somewhere, they don't like to run out of the road. So if you look at the track that they're in, that the scrubby is sitting in now, if you have your lights on at night and they're shining in front of it, you can imagine for the scrubby it's got a beaming light in front of it along the road, and everything to the left and right of that little gap in the road is just complete darkness. So they don't tend to enjoy running into the grass, they'd much rather stay along the road and run along straight in front of you. So what we would do then is just turn our lights off and drive slowly and hope that they move off the road. Seeing it in the daytime, completely different. Look at it starting to groom itself a little bit. Tiny front legs as well. Very, very thin. Something like this would be an excellent meal for a young leopard or a young lion. So Roger, scrub hares and rabbits, in terms of their sizes, I think probably similar in size to most rabbits that you will get. I have seen some domestic rabbits that are enormous, that could be twice, 3 times the size of the scrub hare. But I think most domestic rabbits would be a similar size to a scrub hare. Difference comes in that the domestic rabbits are fed really nutritious food, and lots of it at that, so they don't have to move around as much and look for food as the scrub hares do. So the scrub hares have a bit of a more tricky time looking for food and continuously moving around, and I think that might be why they're a little bit smaller. I think they're definitely more aware than a domestic rabbit would be, one that you have at home. And the differences between scrub hares and rabbits are nocturnal scrub hares. Rabbits are diurnal. Rabbits give birth to their young that are ultrashal, so they're basically blind and not very useful, whereas scrub hares are born completely full of fur and they've got eyesight already, so they can move around. I think baby rabbits are called kittens, and then young scrub hares are called leverets as well. And look how it moves its ears independently of each other, listening around for anything that might be moving through the grass. So, focusing on the francolins that are alarming to the right-hand side. And I'm sure you can hear that pretty repetitive call coming from behind us as well. Quite a melodic whistle, and that's coming from a white-browed scrub robin that in the low fault you're almost guaranteed to hear every evening that you're out and about. Very considerate little scrub hare just sitting there right in the road. But I think what we're going to do is continue on our way. The lions this morning that we were hoping to see moved into the area on the right-hand side of the scrub hare, into a block which is very, very thick. So we didn't really want to send anyone in tracking because of the mother with the 3 small cubs. She will be very, very defensive against anything that threatens her cubs. We've seen that with the other lions, even her previous daughters. So we're going to continue looking this road for any nocturnal animals and really hoping that we do find the Birmingham Pride. But we're going to send you over to Andrew, who's also got some lions.
Cool, so we were about to actually move off, and then one of the female was a scrub hare ran across from the background, and then unfortunately it's gone, so they're all just gonna take it easier. So yeah, we're still here with them. It's getting slightly dark, so I'm just gonna see if they're gonna maybe decide to move, hunt. So then they would probably try listening around carefully. If they hear something like maybe zebra, wildebeest, any of wherever is an antelope, they would move into that direction at night, trying to hunt it down.
Infrared.
These all hippo you can hear on the background, so we're definitely gonna use infrared. Trying to use infrared from now. I just missed that there. I couldn't copy well there. Sorry, I'm struggling with that question there. It's cutting off pretty much bad. And I only had a cups. And that's all I can hear. Cool. So they definitely, since they're separate, or maybe they're going to make a kind of a contact call before they continue move far away. But if they know where exactly they have left them, and they will probably gonna head back there, or they will catch up with them right here. Those are the missing one. So, questions from, I understand, Zinhle, I think, but I missed the question.
Can't copy the com.
Yeah, I think I have a problem with com, so I don't actually copy the whale there.
Well, we are still driving. We are still driving and looking for any cheated track. I don't know if these people maybe got the road wrong. Got it here somewhere. There's a lot of vehicle tracks up and down, so it's easy for a vehicle to drive over the tracks. And if you look at the left and right hand side of the road, the ground cover is so thick that it's almost impossible to find a track over here. And the road is our only chance, just to give us a direction in which we start with. But that's tracking. It takes dedication and devotion. and you'll find yourself getting frustrated a lot, making mistakes on tracks or losing a track. That's all part of the learning process. When it comes to tracking, it really requires a lot of patience, which I don't have very much of. How often do we get stung, Mona? Was it by something certain, something specific? That's it, okay. Every now and then, Mona, a little wasp or a bee. But things want to avoid you. We're a very large organism. Like when we were sitting and doing the segment earlier, there was a little bee that was on my left-hand leg, and I rotated to face BK, and I unfortunately pushed it against the seat, and it gave me a little zap. But I mean, it's something. Northern black coran. Gave me a little zap, and then it carried on doing what it needed to do. And it wasn't a very powerful sting, so it's a very small wasp. Oh, it's a dove. It is a ringneck dove. Such a beautiful bird. If you ever had the luxury to go to India, India has some magnificent doves and parakeets and kingfishers, but they've got some very beautiful dove species. We also in South Africa got lovely dove species. If you look at a few doves that inhabit the forested areas, they are super beautiful. But this is a very widely distributed species and found right through South Africa, and by far one of the most prominent calls. People always say it's a lion's call, to be the most prominent in South Africa. A lion's call or a fish eagle. No, it's a ringneck dove. Very beautiful. Yeah, so being stung out here, it's not a common thing. And when it does happen, it's just an unfortunate circumstance. Like earlier. Renee, it is delicious. There's just something about the light out here that just tickles the senses. And I mean, if we look on the left-hand side here, look at this. It is like a postcard, literally like a postcard. I learned a new word today, bubbling. So BK was bubbling the camera there for us. And it's a real luxury to be able to learn from somebody like BK, which obviously his knowledge and his skill is super. And all the cameramen that work for WildEarth, and we obviously share the knowledge, so parting it both ways. I'm going to give you guys a few seconds just to enjoy that. Now we're talking about those moments. Imagine a cheetah walking from left to right in that nice sunny spot there. I would do a backflip for you folks. I can't do one, but I'll try one. Beautiful. Alrighty, well that nice silent moment. The sundown is beautiful once again. I've got my ice cold water here. And it seems like we've got a problem. Come on, you can do it. Huh. BK, This is where we're sleeping tonight. Joking! Oh, that was funny. Alrighty, let's use this stretch. This stretch goes for about another half a kilometer, this road. And what we're going to be doing is obviously looking nice and carefully for any signs left behind by these cats. In the mix of things, we're going to tap into all the aspects of nature here now. And I'm so glad that you guys just appreciate something as simple as that. So that is beautiful. Look at the road, Carl. The trucks. There's a lot of antelope up and down here. Very, very busy with the hoofed ungulates on this road.
Just look at that. It is absolutely incredible. And as far as I can see, that all falls within the reserve. So it is a vast landscape, but we are gifted with these incredible things. You know, the wildcats, the aardvark, you name it. It just keeps on delivering. It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here.
And when you think it could not get better, Mother Nature says, hold on tight.
Oh my word, that is gorgeous. We are cooking on gas this afternoon.
Have a look at what we've got. Look at how this is the best day of my gutting career so far.
We have a baby pangolin, We're just gonna go very quietly, There's your aardvark. And for those of you who've never seen one, this is one of the big safari specials on any reserve.
I'm just holding my cap because otherwise it's going to blow away, and with this storm coming towards us.
Absolutely beautiful to be able to see water flowing in this volume in the Kalahari. Oh, look at that. You can see the structural component of these flowers. It is perfect. Such a treat to be in and amongst these incredible insects. How lucky are we? You can see how close they are to the vehicle. Very curious.
Oh, you can do it! There we go. We made it over. Whew. But look at that view. That's absolutely stunning.
You can see how they're going into stalking mode. Okay, there we go. This one female is going to walk straight past the car now. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. I mean, do we just not have the best jobs in the world? That was epic.
So we're still driving around looking for any of these nocturnal animals. We've got the spotlight out. Haven't seen anything since the scrub here. Not even, we did see a log that we thought was a male lion, but it turned out to just be a log. We were convinced it was one of the Ross males. We are getting to the area where they were left this morning in mobile into the right-hand side here. So what we're doing is basically driving around this area, which we call a block, and closing it, which I've heard, I think Kyle at Tswalu used before, and it's quite a clever term. So that's what we're currently doing. And I'm on a mission again to try and find a chameleon. Last time I was on, I really struggled. I didn't find not even one chameleon. I found a frog, but no chameleons. So hopefully tonight or in the next couple of nights we are able to find a chameleon, as well as some of the other nocturnal species that are quite exciting. This time of year, things like honey badgers, genets, civets, incredibly hard to view for a long period of time because we don't off-road for them. And if they do move off the road, with the grass and the bush being so thick and long, they just tend to disappear. But the area we're coming up to now, just on our right-hand side, there's quite a nice big clearing here. So I would not be surprised if we came across some impala and maybe some wildebeest. And when we do that, as sure most of you do know, we will turn over to infrared, which means that we are turning off all the lights on the vehicle. Oh, and there we go. So pretty much knew they would be here in front of us. They're always, well, not always, but it's a good guess to expect some impala and maybe some wildebeest to be out here. And in front of us, you can see a nice herd of impala. And it's not far from where the lions were this morning. So they might even move out into this area and hunt tonight. And with our lights being completely off, these impalas are able to act completely naturally. They don't have to worry too much about, or we don't worry too much about our interference with them. Sorry, I thought it sounded like they were alarming, but I don't think they're too nervous. If there was something around, they would alarm flat out. That's how we found the leopard earlier. I think it just might be us that's bothered them a little bit. And there's a wildebeest I can hear calling as well. Might be snorting at us. And also, looking at this camera, you can see the large amount of insects that are flying about tonight. So because of the heat today, probably almost one of the last outbursts of insects this evening. There'll probably be a few more. Also, when we get some more rain, there might be a couple more. But it's also one of the joys of summer. So Morris impalas are most definitely diurnal animals. They do not see very well at night at all. So I don't think they see, I mean, they're not completely night blind, but they don't see well at night. Probably similar to our vision at night, maybe a little bit better than ours. But that's why they're moving into these nice open areas where they feel a little bit safer, where they can, even just listening around and looking for any sign of movement. With the moon tonight, I actually can't see it, so I don't know if it's behind a cloud or it hasn't risen yet. But the moon coming out, that'll give a little bit of extra light for them, where they might be able to see a little bit more, but they definitely are not nocturnal. They don't have the rods in their eyes that the nocturnal animals, the lions, the leopards, African civets, servals have. And that's why they tend to be a little bit more nervous at night time as well, because they can't see around them. Must be an incredibly terrifying experience for them every single night. It's that beautiful late evening sunset, that nice stage where it cools down a little bit, and then as it gets colder, or as it gets darker, they tend to get a little bit more jittery. But I think what we're going to do is we're just going to continue. I'm not going to shine the light onto the impalas because we don't want to shine the light into their eyes. You can imagine a bright spotlight in their eyes is not too enjoyable. And I'm going to keep my lights on dim. But we're going to continue trying to close this area off on the right and see if the lions maybe haven't come out. But I think Kyle has got an antelope for us as well.
Well, we have a beautiful group of oryx in the distance. There they are. Just moving away from us a little bit. Phew, some long horns on that oryx. And it's just very lovely light to see them in this point of the day. Doing a little grazing. Into the early evening, obviously, it's very cool now to be moving and operating. So it is a lovely period for them. A big round belly, it's a female. Yes, where's the other one's gone? Pika? Oh, they're all hiding. Oh, well, while they're moving away, look at this lovely... Oh, there's some more. Oh, look at that. So that's a very, very distinctive behavior there. A bit of horn thrashing. It's normally displayed by males. Oh, excuse me. Oh, it is a male. So he's more than likely associating himself with this little group of females, and that there is just showing his dominance, stretching muscles. Beautiful. Got some headgear. And those long horns, obviously very, very strong. You can get up to about 1.4 meters. So very, very important tools. Sorry, FC, I think, why do they need horns? Sorry? Why do females need horns? So, if you look at oryx, or Springbok as we call them, in this environment, oryx are found in typically open areas, sparse and very, very sparsely sparsely set areas. And so being exposed all the time, they don't have a place to evade predators. They don't have thick bush to run into. They don't have mountains to go up into. So being out here, the females need horns to defend themselves. And you'll find all antelope that are in open areas, their preferred habitat are open environments. The female too will have horns. So if you look at oryx, females are set with horns. If you look Springbok, females are set with horns. Wildebeest, females are set with horns. Very important. Unlike a kudu can use vegetation. It will go into the vegetation, thick bush, it'll go into the bush and then suddenly stand still and allow its coat and its pattern to allow it to blend into its environment so it's not seen, or it'll dart up into mountains. So the use of horns for females would be kind of useless, where she's using concealment as a way to evade predators. But out here, you need your weapons on you, and those females are set with those very, very long horns. And females' horns I have found to be longer than that of males. Males need to be a bit more stocky and robust for competition against other males, whereas females just need to defend themselves. And they are very, very efficient weapons at that. Oryx, I have found oryx in the Eastern Cape, where I was previously gliding on a very, very beautiful reserve, where I was very lucky. There was an oryx with a broken left leg, hind left leg, and it had been broken for a couple of days, where a secondary infection had set in. And in the mix of things, 2 lions saw this oryx. They stalked it, they got into a couple of meters, and then this oryx picked up on the lions, and what it did is it found a nice large bush, reversed its bum into the bush, and used its horns just to defend. Every time those lions came forward, all the oryx had to do is just put those horns straight down, and that lion stopped dead in its tracks. They tried for nearly 4 hours. And eventually, after a while, they laid down and just watched the oryx. And every time they progressed towards the oryx went back in the bush, horns straight at the predator. So very, very efficient weapons when you're set in this very open area. But great question, why do females have horns? Yes, it's obviously males need them, but females, purely defense. They'll also use them internally as well. So if you take a look at a group of oryx, there's actually a very strict hierarchy, and they'll actually use their horns to ward off lower ranking individuals within the group as well. And that sun is gone. We'll see you tomorrow, sun. Let's give it a good wave there. Thank you for all of your energy. Nunu, if that horn breaks, unfortunately, that antelope will always have a shorter horn. So if a horn snaps off halfway, and if one is broken, it will always be half set. It will not regrow. Unlike deer, where they shed their horns annually, so in a breeding season, if it breaks, next year when they regrow their horns, they can obviously grow that section. Unlike antelope, because it is true bone, once that horn breaks, unfortunately that is it. And I've found oryx males fight so vigorously that the male has broken both of his horns. It looks a bit funny, but yeah, that's how vicious they can be with one another. You can hear all the insects starting to call now as night is fast approaching. Well, while we have this light, I think... Oh, Viola, you got a sharp ear there. The insects that you can currently hear here are the armored ground katydids. And they have got muscles underneath a special plate. So myself and BK were actually talking about it earlier. And it's quite remarkable. I actually was lucky enough to find one of them in a tree. And it was at the correct position where I could actually see the muscles fluctuating and moving. And just underneath the cover or the plate is muscles that produce this beautiful sound. It's the armored ground katydid. A very lovely sound on tonight. Sure. Talk about a red sky at night, shepherd's delight. Wow. Red-crested coran in the distance there. Little barking gecko, tick, 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 tick. What a beautiful sight with all those swifts or swallows crossing the screen. Cat, do we see bats at night? Yes, we've got a few bat species. I think it's around about 10. I could stand to correction there. But yes, bats are amazing night-time flying mammals. And obviously they play a very important role under the cover of darkness, also to be playing the role of predator. But yes, we have a few bat species, and you can actually see them every now and then. But the best way to ID them is using a specialized tool that you can pick up their call. So bats, depending on the species, they call in a certain manner, and each bat species would have its own frequency, just so that they don't get muddled up between each other. But really amazing mammal. Alrighty. I think with this last bit of light, what we're going to do is just utilize this stretch of road just before you lose all light, because once we lose that light, well, I think we're really going to view it under the cover of darkness anyway. But let's just change position here. Alright. Those oryx have moved off quite far that away. Lovely and cool now, after the very, very hot afternoon that we've had. Oh, it's a namakwa dove, and there it goes. Sure. Well done, BK. I think he's getting into it. He finds it a challenge. Let me try this one. Wow. Okay. Okay. Just stop the vehicle, car. So you're basically in the period now where you start having a changeover of species where the diurnal or daytime animals will go to bed and all these elusive and shy nocturnal animals will come out under the dark sky. And one thing that we're very lucky with here at Tswalu is stars. Spectacular, especially coming into winter, it's the best time to view stars. It does have a very beautiful purple sheen to it. I'm also looking it through the monitor, I'm blown away by the color. Absolutely stunning. Magic. So we start bumbling along here. I think we're going to leave these cheetah tracks. I'm finally going to give up. But then we're going to drive very slowly looking for anything that could be on the road. So you'll find some gecko species now that they'll come out and they'll actually utilize the road to pick up on insects. Or anything else. But for a little bit, let's send you over to Lauren.
We are also bumbling, Kyle. What a bit of an internet drop earlier. We apologise because we were having such a nice time with Ntima. We've had a really, really wonderful day with the hyenas today. So I'm sure you can imagine I am overjoyed. We went back to check and it's the same scenario. Some cubs, 4 cubs are at the old den and 3 cubs are at this new den that they appear to be using. So it'll be very exciting to get out tomorrow and actually see if they're at den number 1. But for now, I'm searching high and low for chameleons. And well done to everyone who got the riddle. I'm still impressed. I got asked about how common chameleons are the other night, and I said they're very common. And of course now I can't find any. And it is summer, I mean, the height of summer. You would think we would be able to find one. If we do find one though, I won't view it with my spotlight. They have far too sort of sensitive eyes to do that. Yesterday, Dale, we saw ribbon on Chitwa with Tandy. Was it yesterday? Yes, yesterday, or just the other day. She was sniffing around Miss Tandy, obviously hoping that Tandy had a kill, and Tandy did not. But Ribbon is absolutely fine and well, I can assure you. Now I'm looking for the glow. Chameleons glow at night time. They reduce their metabolism. And under hormonal control, not neural control, they can change colour. It's not as fast as you would think, but at night time, because they are slowing down, they sort of turn a pale yellowy white colour. And when you shine your spotlight on it, it really glows. So they're not actually glowing, they're just sort of, their colours contrast against the vegetation, and that's how you're able to pick them out. They're not actually nocturnal, they'll be sleeping. Tandy, you will see nocturnal insects at night time. And it's very difficult. You don't have lights. I can obviously see what's moving on the ground right now because there's no light. It's completely dark. And moths, not all moths, but most moths are nocturnal, so they'll be buzzing about at night time. And of course, insects like termites, they never sleep, they never stop. So although you can't see them, they are moving and they are being active 24 hours a day. You also get some nocturnal butterflies. So generally speaking, butterflies are diurnal and moths are nocturnal. But you will get some that are either or, if that makes sense. And then of course you get a lot of insects that just roost at night time, like your dragonflies. They'll just hide away under the vegetation waiting for the sun to come back up again. Sorry, I thought I saw a pair of eyes there, but obviously not. Maybe it was just an impala. So Cara had a kill tonight, and I was on my way there, but then we found the hyena den very active. And her kill was not hoisted in time, and hyenas stole it. So she ran off. But Cara really seems to be spending a lot of time on the sort of northwest corner of Djuma into Buffelshoek. She's not territorial yet, so she's still just finding her feet or finding her paws. But she ran off before we could head there. Come on, there has to be a chameleon. There are chameleons. I wonder if it's now just too thick to find them. Maybe that's the reason we're not finding them. Okay, as I look for chameleons, I believe Andrew's found something.
Thanks, Lauren. Yeah, we got another chameleon here. Looks like it's probably roosting there. It's actually, they an animal creature. But at night, you'll find them resting in trees, branches. So during the day, they would hunt around. And their special diet, it's actually grasshoppers most, beetles. And all of us geckos, would be taken. And a hunting technique, they have a beautiful, such a technique that they would shoot their tongues straight to the prey species. And they bring it into the mouth. They have a very actually strong jaw to crunch the beetles and all of that, grasshoppers. Melissa, H6, you're asking if they do change color at night. So mainly not, unless if they're disturbed, been shined with a spotlight, which we're using actually infrared now, where they won't change that color. So whenever they get into a tree for night, so they copy color a tree slightly for a well camouflage, and the whole night they'll be in that kind of color. So for example, if the tree is gray now, is in the winter time for an example, you find them they slightly gray in tree at night. So now in the summer where it's green leaves, and that's why they're slightly little greenish. Just to be like these leaves. Dynasty Man asking if there is a chameleon active during a dry season, which is in the winter. Yes, indeed, there would be active but less active. Only get to move around when it's pretty warm in the day. You're asking what sound do they make when they're disturbed. They kind of like a slightly sound like a hissing sound, but very deeply. It's such a small creature to be able to experience such a sound, but this is when they disturb, and they will swallow their neck position. It's kind of like slightly expand in that time when they're threatened. So they don't just make sound without any of, conflict disturbed or anything. So early in the morning, definitely it's going to move, and they're slightly territory, where male would be around, possibly sleep near same trees as last night or in that area. And they're mainly solitary animals, where female bigger than the male. And every time it's a mating season, it's a female allows a male. Always. And a mate, after the mating, all separate. Male, female, go a different way. Then she will be conceiving for 1 month pregnant. And they lie anything 70-60 eggs. They're asking if chameleon can they move their eye independently? Yes. So their eyes have two eyes, which one can face either any direction that chameleon want to look, which means one would look at the back, or one would look maybe up or down or straight forward ahead. So yeah, they're one of the animals that they don't really want to stretch their neck around in order to look what's around them. So they would perch, freeze when they hunt, and they're able to aim the prey if there's a chance. It's got to be a good distance because their tongue's also limited length when they shoot out. And it's called flap-necked chameleon. You must see them when you cross the road during the day. They're so slow moving, but they change color from that to slightly pattern of a yellow and slightly greenish. Sorry, repeat that question from Laurie again. So Laurie, you're asking what preys on chameleon. It's quite a number of, they have quite a lot of predators, snake, and owls at night. During the day, also bird of air, which is hawks, can attack them. Where leopard sometimes would eat things like that. Even a so small thing. And it's such a strong creature. You would see snakes sometimes struggling to kill it. But finally snake win because, of course, ejaculate the venom to that victim. And they die of losing maybe breath, or then from there will be taken down or swallowed by a snake. But fighting straight away without any venom, they have that curled up tail. Use it for balance when they're up in trees. But when they actually fight, can help a little bit. Strangle if it's a small snake, probably just suffocate it by strangle it. So yeah, it was such a cool just to watch the chameleon at night. I'm gonna carry on, search around, see if I can find any other nocturnal animal.
Do you dream of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal? A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a WildEarth explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Oh, what are you doing? Are you trying out for the ballet? Now it's an itchy bottom. Up we get. Mom's coming. Everybody's moving off.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on WildEarth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. What is my favorite animal and why? I think I'd have to say a lion. Being able to try and follow them and understand their movements and dynamics is super interesting. People often underestimate them and think that they sleep all the time, but once they get up and start moving around, they are fascinating to watch, and watching them interact with one another is a super highlight for me. If I can pass on this passion and this enthusiasm for lions and prides of lions into a guest that's sitting at home, that's what I'm really going for.
We have just found our last animal of today. Oh, sorry, the light attracts a lot of insects and they're all flying in places they shouldn't. Okay, Mpo. I think we're going to be able to get it from here. I'm going to put the spotlight under it, not on it. There we go. Look at that lovely, elegant grasshopper to end the night. You can hear the sounds of the bush, the noisy, noisy bush. The sounds of summer. You get so many different species of grasshoppers out here. Of course, the elegant is probably the most easiest to identify, really. And Andrew beat me to it with a chameleon. Can you believe it? I need to show one to Impo. We need to find one. The crickets, the frogs, the insects buzzing, the hissing. That was one that went into my face, sorry. I apologize about that. So what a drive it has been. I finally got to catch up with my Djuma clanners. Well, at least in Tima, June, and every single one of the cubs. So I can assure you that will be my first stop. We also got the good old Talamatis. Great to have them around again. So it leaves lots of promise for tomorrow. So thank you everyone for jumping on board, all your comments and questions, and I do hope to see you tomorrow. Until then, good night.